Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominique Savelkoul. I'm the new managing director of TEFAF, and it's my honor to wish you a very warm welcome here in Maastricht, here at TEFAF, and here at our second summit. I started my career as a fundraiser in the arts, and that's a long time ago. And the fact that today we still do need this kind of summit to talk about fundraising is kind of worrying. On the other hand, I think, let's face it, the times out there are quite difficult, and let's sit together with all you with a lot of experience and trying to find solutions together. So let's take it from the very positive side. When TEFAF was founded in 1988, the fact that we came to Maastricht is not a coincidence, because they thought doing it in Maastricht might bring in people and from the Netherlands and from Germany and from Belgium. And this idea of working together is very, very important for Maastricht as well. And it was confirmed in '92 when the Maastricht Treaty was signed here, a very important step for Europe. So this philosophy of working together is also very dear for us, not only for Maastricht, but also for TEFAF, because I can't repeat it enough. TEFAF, the last F for TEFAF, is standing for foundation, not for fair. So it's the European Fine Arts Foundation. So we have, running a foundation is very different than just running, but then running commercial fairs, because as a foundation, we do have a responsibility towards our community, towards the art, and that's exactly why we do these kind of initiatives. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all, Deloitte, of course, our partners, the Netherlands Commission of UNESCO, ICOM, Belgium, the Flanders side of it, and of course, all our esteemed panelists. I'm very glad to be able to welcome you. And we couldn't talk about partners without talking about AXA, because as you know, AXA is incredibly important for us. They have been our partner for 21 years, and I say partner because this is really a partner. Our teams work together, we help each other to become better organizations, I would think. So I'm very honored to introduce to you Sylvie Gleises. She's the CEO for AXA Asia and Singapore. Welcome, Sylvie.
Thank you, Dominique. As you just said, yes, I'm based in Singapore, but this week I flew to the center of the universe for art, which is Maastricht. It's my privilege to be here today as a representative for AXA. This year is a very special year because we are celebrating our 21 years together as partners. We have been supporting the fair for 21 years, but this year is specifically the year where we became global lead partner. And I would like to take a moment to pause and think about how this was possible. This amazing sponsoring story would not have been possible without sharing the same search for the highest level of excellence, reputation, and the superior interest for the arts between our two organizations. We're living in a world where, as you said, Dominique, more than ever, uncertainty prevails and where art and culture are endangered. This is where at AXA, we feel how paramount our responsibility is to protect the arts. Sponsoring major art fairs like TEFAF is one way, but not the only one, although it's an important one. And TEFAF has our entire commitment to continue to be supporters. At AXA, we have been very lucky to have had 3 CEOs across our history who are passionate about art and culture and who are collectors themselves. Claude Bébéard, Henri de Castres, and now Thomas Bubel. And I want to commend them for that, because support at the top of any key private institution is one of the keys to make this move forward. So even if we are a young brand celebrating our 40th anniversary this year, we have always been very active since our creation to protect cultural heritage in several ways. The first one, protecting endangered material and immaterial heritage. As of 1996, AXA has been a founding member of Fondation du Patrimoine in France. AXA Art, our dedicated subsidiary for fine art insurance, has been giving grants to support PhD theses, the latest one, for example, at the Van Gogh Museum, to study impact on UV lights on Vincent's painting. The second way is promoting the transmission of cultural heritage to the next generations, which AXA has done through a series of acquisitions of national treasures that were donated to several museums, like the Quai Branly, the Louvre, Orsay, Versailles, Pompidou, Beaux-Arts de Lyon, and Cernucci. And third, supporting the creation of a new cultural heritage by accompanying contemporary artists in their creation, for example, by supporting La Fabrica in Avignon, Opéra Comique, or Villa Albertine. So again, climate change, new emerging risks, geopolitical tensions and international conflicts, and the rise of populism are direct threats to the art world. And more than ever, philanthropy is absolutely vital to protect our heritage and needs to, more than ever, to reinvent itself and think out of the box. Art is what brings us together in the end. This is my conviction, and this is why this summit is so important. I wish you a great moment of togetherness today in Maastricht, and thank you again for your support. And I would like to leave the floor to Kathleen Ferrier, who chairs the Netherlands Commission at UNESCO. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the day.
Good morning, esteemed guests, colleagues, and most of all, friends. It is my honor to welcome you on behalf of the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO. My name is Kathleen Ferrier, and I am the chair of our National Commission. UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, is dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage, the promotion of education and science, and the support of cultural diversity worldwide. As a national commission, we work alongside local and international partners to promote and strengthen UNESCO's values, fostering a society that is united through culture, creativity, and collaboration. It is a privilege to be here for the second consecutive year as a content partner of this distinguished summit. And it is this summit that sets TEFAF apart from many other art fairs worldwide. So I would really like to express our sincere gratitude to TEFAF and to our fellow participants this year, ICOM Flanders, Deloitte, and AXA. This year, as a national commission, we are conducting a study on the financing of heritage communities, focusing on how funding can be made more accessible and more inclusive. Today's discussion is part of this research. And today's discussion, dear guests and friends, is an urgent one that reflects the rapidly changing landscape of both the art world and the global political environment. Our discussion today could not be more timely, as they seek to address a profound issue that transcends beyond the arts community, and that is the need to redefine and reimagine the relationship between public and private sectors in supporting culture, innovation, and heritage. As was said by the other speakers already, we live in an era marked by a changing global order, an era where uncertainty looms over so many aspects of life and society, including the future of funding for the arts. Over the past decade, we have seen a significant decline in public funding across the world. While the situation varies, of course, by country and region, austerity measures, cuts in government budgets, and shifting political priorities have often led to reduced public funding for cultural institutions, for artists and communities. And this has left many grappling with the challenge of how to maintain, let alone grow, their cultural ambitions and contributions. In these moments, the question arises, how do we continue to foster creativity, support the arts, and ensure the sustainability of cultural institutions for future generations? And as we navigate these challenges, it must also be considered to ensure the funding that is received, that it actually supports not only the arts, but also critical social issues, such as promoting diversity, inclusion, and the promotion of human rights, including those, of course, of the LGBTQ+ community. These social issues are often deeply intertwined with the arts, as it is through cultural expression that we challenge social norms, amplify marginalized voices, promote discussions, and advance social change. This raises also an ethical question. How do we maintain the independence and integrity of cultural institutions while working with private financiers? It is a dilemma we must face and confront as we look at how our private funding is often intertwined with commercial or political interests and specific agendas. How to ensure that in accepting private support, one does not compromise one's principle or the mission of cultural institutions. Striking the right balance, therefore, is crucial. Private funding is valuable, but it must not erode the core values of independence, objectivity, and inclusivity that cultural institutions stand for. And at the same time, we cannot afford to close our eyes or stand still. The financial reality demands that we explore new ways of sustaining the arts, and private funding has the potential to play a crucial role in safeguarding our cultural heritage. The key lies in finding the models that uphold ethical standards while ensuring financial sustainability. We are seeing the emergence of funding structures that allow the arts sector to flourish despite of financial constraints. Examples include, for instance, crowdfunding platforms, corporate sponsorships, collaborations with commercial entities, and philanthropic foundations focused on social impact. These approaches can support and grow cultural initiatives in innovative ways, but only if they are based on a foundation of shared values and transparency. It is essential to find ways to blend private and public resources to maximize impact, to increase collaboration, and nurture the vital role that art plays in all our societies. The stakes are high, and it comes down to this moment in history. Now, more than ever, we need to show what connects us and what is under pressure, What binds us in a world that feels increasingly divided and is polarized? The very essence of culture, art, beauty, connection is under threat by forces of division. And this is the moment when we have to stand firm for the value of this very essence of culture. It is a time for institutions to show why they matter, and therefore this time is also a huge opportunity. Institutions have to show why they matter, to showcase their relevance, and to demonstrate why they need support. It is time to demonstrate that society needs the arts, that these institutions are essential to the well-being and cohesion of the world around us, both at the national as well as at the international levels. It is urgent for all of us to make this visible, not just through words, but most for all through actions. This is a moral call to demonstrate why the funding is needed to continue this crucial work that inspires and visualizes a better future for all by co-creation and transformation. Dear friends, we are at the brink of what can only be described as the largest wealth transfer in history. High net worth and ultra high net worth individuals are preparing to pass down trillions of dollars over the coming decades. This wealth transfer, which is already underway, is expected to peak in the 2030s and 2040s. This unprecedented shift presents an enormous opportunity for the arts and the culture sector. And now we must ask ourselves, how do we ensure that some of this wealth is directed towards the arts? How do we foster a new generation of philanthropists who recognize the indispensable value of culture and the arts in our world today? And equally important, how to ensure that this wealth is not solely subject to the whims of private individuals, but to make sure that the money is allocated in ways that truly benefit the society as a whole. Therefore, the challenge does not only lie in securing funding, but also in ensuring that it reaches the right institutions, the right communities, and the right artists, those that make a structural contribution. Because too often we see funding funneled towards large, established institutions, while the smaller, often local initiatives that have the potential to create transformational change are overlooked. It is essential to focus on facilitating these grassroots moments, these grassroots movements, the innovative projects that push the boundaries of culture and create a lasting impact on communities and societies. Consider, for example, the powerful work being done by diasporic cultures around the world. The individuals and communities that carry their cultural heritage from one place to another are not just preserving the past, they are shaping the future of global culture. And these creators not only enrich global culture, but they also redefine what it means to bridge the past and the present and to connect different cultures in a rapidly changing and ever more interrelated world. The creative forces driving these movements and communities are often the ones who need most support, yet they frequently go unnoticed or not understood or not rightly valued by the traditional funding structures. How to ensure that the wealth transfer we are witnessing today finds its way to transformative grassroots initiatives? In our panel discussion, led by the National Commission for UNESCO, we will dive deeper into the role of trust in funding. Trust, we believe, is the cornerstone of effective philanthropy and the foundation upon which successful partnerships can be built. But how to create and cultivate trust in a world where our lived experiences and values may not always align, to put it mildly. As we engage in these conversations today, I encourage you all to think out of the box and beyond the immediate challenges. These conversations are important because, at its core, it is our culture and heritage that brings us together. In times of upheaval and uncertainty, it is culture that offers us connection and belonging. It is the stories we tell, the traditions we cherish and preserve, and the creative expressions we share that provide us with solace and understanding in the face of adversity. When everything else seems uncertain or even to crumble down, culture remains the basis of our existence, the thread that binds us, because it is through culture that we find meaning, that we find our identity, and that we can truly find each other. In a world that is constantly changing, it is the arts that offer us the space to explore our shared humanity, to ask difficult questions, and to imagine better futures. And I want to remind you that the investment we make in the arts today is not just an investment in the present. It is for future generations. It is an investment in our collective soul, in the diversity of voices, and in the creativity that will define the world of tomorrow. Dear friends and colleagues, it's my conviction that together we can shape a brighter future for the generations to come through the arts and cultural sectors, by creating lasting change through the power of philanthropy, the power of collaboration, and the power of trust. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Simone Stuns, and I'm leading the programming here at TEFAF. And together with Will Corner, we were here last year because Will Corner, head of fairs, is organizing this summit together with me. And we were talking to Hildegard Schneider, who is also part of the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO. And we were discussing that in 1990, there was the first edition of the TEFAF Summit, which unfortunately was discontinued afterwards. So last year, when we were talking about cultural heritage, it was the first aim to run a second summit and thereby continue this legacy. And we are happy that we are now here and have achieved this goal. And today, as Kathleen Ferrier, Dominique Savelkoul and Sylvie Gleises already shared. I think we have already set the stage for a wonderful discussion today, so I'm really looking forward to the upcoming conversations. I do have to introduce you to our next moderator, which is Adriano Picinati di Torcello. He is the Global Art and Finance Coordinator at Deloitte, and we will be having a conversation starting on a more high-level introduction, because last year we decided on the topic of philanthropy. This is also due to what we've been witnessing in the news, because we have noticed, of course, as you might have all had, that there's a decline in funding for the arts. There's also, unfortunately, cuts in arts programs. And in our research, we noticed that there's also the need for new models of philanthropy. And in conversation with Adriano, we learned about a conference that was held by Deloitte on these new models. And we have a distinguished panel here discussing in this conversation the new models, but also perhaps the impact conversation that is tied to this. So I would like to invite you to welcome our first panel. Enjoy the conversation.
Good morning. So we have to start. So thank you very much first to TEFAF. Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Simone, for having us today. So it's really a privilege. Thank you also for this brilliant keynote speech as an intro. I don't know what else we can add, so this was perfect. So maybe we can all go for a coffee, so congrats. Thank you. Now, you may wonder why Deloitte is here, and why I'm here. So for those that doesn't know about the Deloitte Private Art and Finance Initiative, in a nutshell, this is something that I started 17 years ago at Deloitte. Yes, it sounds a bit crazy, 17 years, and I'm still doing it. And of course, part of our art and finance ecosystem would look at what's happening in the wealth management sector, where you have, of course, a lot of discussions around philanthropy, in the art businesses, but also in the cultural sector. And from some years, so we have seen this transformation taking place in the cultural sector in terms of financing, funding, competition between private and public cultural institutions, competition for our patrons. And when we did our Art and Finance conference at the Vatican, so in 2022, the purpose of the conference was really to talk about art and humanity. And we, with our colleagues from Deloitte Italy, we presented also a new model to measure social impact of cultural projects. And we have taken on this topic for now a few years. And last year, thank you, Simone, for remembering our last Art and Finance conference. So we focused during one full day on social impact and impact investment in culture and creative sectors. So this is a topic that is very core to our passion, interest, but also where we think we can add value. And by the way, for all of you that would like to watch again the last Art and Finance conference, everything is available online. All the podcasts are there, so in case you have an interest. Now, so in order to move into the panel, I would like to introduce very briefly my wonderful panelists. So first, Athena, and I don't have to do a mistake, Balopulo, is that correct? Thank you. So she's Chief Strategy and Development Officer at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center, which is based in Athens. So it's an absolutely fantastic place. If you have never been there, go there. And if you like food, they have a 2-star Michelin restaurant also. So it's really, really great. So far left, so I have Levi the Fighter. So fighter. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you. So he's Vice President and Wealth Advisor at JP Morgan Private Bank in Belgium, in Brussels. And finally, and not least, so we have Adama, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Moleskine Foundation. So they have a lot to say, and I've already seen that we have been cut by 10 minutes more or less for our panel. So, no, it's not the case. Perfect. So, and of course, what we will discuss today is, of course, philanthropy, how philanthropy is evolving, new generation, social impact, and all of that. And we will try to conclude by answering the question, why should funders invest into the art? So in order to set the scene, so I've asked Levi if he can give us a little bit of a picture, or what are some of the trends you are seeing in the philanthropy space?
Thank you, Adriano. It's for having me to join this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. So to make sure I address this from the right perspective, I want to make sure that we're discussing about the changes in the landscape of philanthropy, but you're particularly relevant for the cultural sector. So it's interesting to see when people do well and families do well, they're highly motivated to give back. And we're seeing this being played out in two important ways, two trends, if you could say. And the first trend that we're seeing is that the face of philanthropy is changing. So what does that mean? It means that the families and foundations that are stepping up to give are changing. We're hearing new voices, we're seeing new perspectives. The new generation of philanthropists, millennials, are becoming the key players in the world of giving. They bring their own unique ideas and values, and I believe this really brings an opportunity for the cultural sector. So moving to the second trend I wanted to highlight today, it's not only the face, but also the role of philanthropy is changing. The artificial dichotomy between giving portfolios and investment portfolios is disappearing. We're seeing at the level of the families and the foundations really that they're using the full spectrum of their wealth and how their investments, and not only in philanthropy, are making a positive impact. I think this is also a very interesting shift to highlight for the panel discussion today. So, in short, philanthropy is changing. We all know that. Millennials are redefining the landscape, and it's not only about who's giving, but also how they're giving, which is really important for the cultural sector. So, I would say maybe if the cultural sector would be able to adapt their approach by understanding the millennial values, I think they will be very well positioned for future success.
Thank you, Levi. Now, coming back to Adama, so, and I know that you had this a bit of jet lag. He just came back from San Francisco, where he attended. So the Global Philanthropic Forum. He may gave us some highlights of the key takeaways of this forum. But before we move into that, so can you explain to the audience what were the motivation to set up first the Moleskine Foundation, and how do you see the role of philanthropy in the space of art and culture in this environment of reductions of public spending?
Yeah. Thanks, Adriano. Well, first of all, thank you also for preempting my performance to say, like, whatever stupid I'm going to say is the jet lag. It's not me. I think the first thing that I very much agree with what you said, Levi. I think it's a new era of philanthropy that on top of what you're saying and the trend that is very much real, we also has to have a reality check of right now, of what is happening right now. And the situation for philanthropy is not the easiest moment of its era, in a sense that, yes, we have on one side cuts for especially arts and culture, generally speaking, from a public sector perspective, but we also have to realize that part of the philanthropic giving is still connected to the public regulatory system. And one of the things that now, for example, are happening in the US and some discussion in Europe is to say, if the government decides to cut the tax incentives in giving, then it's a big issue. And this will be like almost unprecedented, and to really figure it out how we can move away, because the movement of capital in the space of philanthropy is very much correlated to the incentives that exist. You look at the US, that is very much incentivized compared to Europe in certain parts. So I think it's an important moment. It's not an easy moment, because for the first time in a long time, philanthropy it's under attack for a variety of reasons. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the sector will react to this. Regarding the Moleskine Foundation, we set it up. Normally have to give a big speech around it, why we do it, but is exactly what Madame Ferrier said. The call that she gave to all of us is exactly why we started the Moleskine Foundation now 6 years ago. There was a clear understanding that the way we were going about social change and social transformation was not enough. This kind of very, let's say, efficient, number-driven approach, very silos-oriented, was not anymore in line with the complexity of the world that we were facing. And it was clear that arts and culture and creativity had to step up. And at the time, and still now, we were struggling with funding the sector. And so as Moleskine brand and a previously existing foundation called Lettera 27, we decided to partner to say, okay, we have developed enough experience and we have a conviction that this is something important to invest on. And then we decided to work in this idea of creativity for social change, where the ethos is about supporting grassroots organization, local organization that coming from the cultural and creative sectors that are tackling some of the biggest issues in the planet, climate change, democracy, human rights, etc., but with a creative and cultural approach. So the how is what changed everything. And I think this is something that is extremely important now. We live in a highly intersectional world. We need to have the courage to rethink the way we work and we go about change. And if there is one space where this is possible, which becomes possible, is the space of arts and culture. So we try to take arts and culture from a little bit of a space of an ivory tower, where it's mostly about buying and sell, and it's about a transactional element to it, to reclaim the space that arts and culture should have in society, that is a fundamentally transformative one. And by doing so, then we do believe that we might develop the tools that are needed to develop to create a new collective future.
Thank you, Adama. I think it's not so jet lag, so that's great. So we can continue. Atina, so I went to your place, really wonderful. So, and can you present a little bit, so SNFCC, so to our audience, but also its status, its current funding structure and needs, and what are, from your point of view, so art patron expectations nowadays, and how do you engage with them? Long question.
Indeed. Good morning, everyone. I want to extend a big thank you to TEFAF Summit and you, Adriano, for having me here. So I want to tell you a few things about who we are and what we do, other than having a 2 Michelin star restaurant, which has now been established on this stage.
So because
I can tell what you have been doing there. So we are a cultural hub that was envisioned and created by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. We were designed by Renzo Piano Building Workshop with a vision of being a landmark of contemporary Greece, and I hope that we have achieved to do so. So upon the completion of the project that was back in 2017, the foundation donated the SNFCC to the Greek state and the Greek people. It is hosting 2 historical Greek institutions, the Greek National Opera and the National Library of Greece. And at the heart of its public domain lies a big public park, the largest Mediterranean park in the world. Essentially, what the SNFCC is a public space where everyone, people from all walks of life, have free access and can participate in a multitude of cultural, recreational, educational, athletic, and sustainability-related activities. This is, in a nutshell, what we do. Now, I want to give you very briefly a few numbers, just so you grasp the scale of it. In 2024, we welcomed 3.5 million visits, and we organized 6,000 events, spanning from small yoga classes in the park to big festivals, concerts, open-air cinema, performances, and so on. So now moving to the funding structure, even though, as said, the foundation donated us to the Greek states, they continued to support us and in a very generous way, both towards our programming and also towards our operational needs and expenses. So as you can imagine, they still represent a big percentage of our funding. In parallel to that, we do receive state funding, which has been on the rise in the last few years, but compared to the foundation, still represents a smaller percentage. And on top of that, our funding also relies on different types of commercial activities taking place on our campus. For example, venue hiring, rental fees from vendors that operate there, a small but steady membership program, and limited ticket sales. I'm saying limited because more than 99% of what we do is offered for free, and this very much has to do with our mandate and our mission, so we're not planning on changing that. So looking at this funding structure, it becomes very clear that if we want to be realistic and optimistic about our financial sustainability, we needed to switch our approach a little bit and work towards diversifying our portfolio. And this is what we have been focusing on during the last few years. And that was a threefold approach. One, corporate funding. We have expanded our roster of corporate partnership, mainly through the form of corporate sponsorships that are based on event series or services that we offer. Secondly, European funding. It's something that is linked to select programs that have to do with society and environmental sustainability. And last, but certainly not least, it's actually an area of great focus for us, individual giving. So in September 2024, we launched our Park Patrons program. It was a program that was designed to attract people that are interested in the intersection of arts and nature. It did gather the interest of both individuals and families that have an established presence in cultural philanthropy in Greece and abroad, but it also attracted the interest of individuals that they have established their professional imprints, and now they want to foster creativity and innovation through their first philanthropic endeavors. So we had an interesting mix of people coming together. Corporate funding, I think that's what's at the heart of it is mostly brand alignment and visibility to the right audiences, whereas our patrons present us with some very interesting and unique characteristics. They want to be immersed in our universe. This is where a sense of pride comes in. It's not that hard to engage them in stepping the door, in getting on board, but we need to work very closely into engaging them throughout the way. And to wrap it up, I want to say that we're in the business of people and the stories that inspire them. We need to make our patrons aware of the stories that take place in our park, in our premises, because this is the stories they want to tell to their families, to their networks, and these are the stories that tell where their mission aligns with our mission.
A lot of lessons learned and quite interesting takeaways. Thank you very much, Atina. Now, coming back to your first point, so Levy, so the change of philanthropy, can you maybe illustrate to this audience, how do you see that this change in the face of philanthropy can create also opportunities for the cultural sector?
That's a crucial question, right? So, Adama, you also mentioned it. It's all about the who and how it's changing. And we believe, or I believe, that it represents a unique potential opportunity for foundations to diversify their income. And we see two key factors for this, and one has already been mentioned. So firstly, what I think is very impactful is we're amidst a great shift. The great wealth transfer is happening. So basically, it means that there is an estimated 60 trillion of dollars being passed down from baby boomers, as people who are between 60 and 85, to millennials who are between 25 and 40, 45, in the next 25 years. It was already mentioned that there is a peak, but what's really interesting and potentially have a significant impact is that almost a third, and maybe more, is expected to be directed towards good causes and philanthropy. It means this creates a very significant opportunity for the cultural sector. Second point that I wanted to make, it's also about the identity. Who considers themselves as a philanthropist? And there we're also seeing a really big shift. It's not the classic picture anymore. It's really changing. We see that millennials are stepping up, and for them to understand what the impact is, it's really key. So just to make sure the identity is, we see huge numbers of millennials who are, let's say, 3 out of every 4, a notable 74%, is already considering themselves as philanthropists. And that's a stark contrast compared to the generation of the baby boomers, where it was only 1 out of every 3, around 35%. Plus, we know that millennials value experiences, right? They're often choosing an event or activity above a material thing, and I do believe that is also a very interesting thing to take away. So ultimately, my key takeaways are this.
Listen.
There is a significant opportunity emerging, right? We have the great wealth transfer, which represents a massive pool of potential funding for good causes and the cultural sector. If you combine this with the inherent nature of the next generation, which is toward arts, I think there might be a unique window of opportunity for the culture sector to attract new types of funding.
And impact, or understanding impact, is a key element. So those philanthropists need to understand impact.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, Adama.
Just laughing.
Yes, please.
No, because I hope my board is not watching this, because if they know that there are $60 trillion out there, and then they see my result, it's like, this is what you, that's $60 trillion, and this is what you managed to produce. It's like, it's gonna be easy. Like,
go to work. Okay. But only a third for good causes. So,
I agree. You're right.
So, in our last Art and Finance conference, and thank you again for your participation last year. So, you mentioned we are in an era of creativity, and you rephrased that also today. So, but what does it mean, and what is this forcing us to face in terms of funding, one, and what are the tools that we need to have right now to become mainstream?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we do, we are in a business to try to showcase why creativity matters. And there are many ways in which we can. I mean, one of the things that I love to show is a very simple graph. They showcase the curve in terms of growth of disruptive technology in the past 4,000 years. And in the past 4,000 years, for the first 3,900 something, the curve is basically flat. You got the wheel here, then 1,000 here, you have writing or Gutenberg there, you got another 400 years. And then we arrive to the last 100 years, and the curve is like this. especially in the last 50. And clearly, we see that to stay in a space of in a moment, in an era where the curve is quite flat, then this means that we can predict, what is needed for the next 30, 40, 50, 60 years. We can create educational system that cater for a specific context, and so then we know that as we current now, like hard skills based, for example, education, allow us to know, okay, what is needed here, quantitative that, this and that and that. But now it doesn't work like this anymore. We live in the era of creativity, where it's almost impossible to predict what is going to happen tomorrow. And we are in a moment of tectonic shift in terms of the global order, but simply also in our simple life. I think I'm old enough to remember that my first day in my job, I could somehow use some of the learning that I had in high school or university. Now, what I learned yesterday is obsolete tomorrow. It's not about any more knowledge, the hard knowledge, the skills that are needed, but are, what we call essential skills, creative skills, critical thinking, creative doing, lifelong learning, a change-making approach, empathy, rational compassion, et cetera, et cetera. Every year, the World Economic Forum put up the top 10 skills for the future of work, and 9 out of 10 are creativity-based. Now, there is a clear understanding of this. Even when we look at impact, when we move from the MDGs, that were the Millennium Development Goals from the United Nations, that are fundamentally quantitatively based, we move to the SDGs, where suddenly the question of quality, of how we do things becomes central. And this is a space of creativity. And so the question that we need to ask ourselves is that, where are we putting the resources to develop the skills for inspiring a new generation of creative thinkers and doers? That is the question that we have. And when we look at there, the situation is not that great, because we still use old ways of trying to solve problems in an era where this always don't match anymore. And so ultimately what we try to do, we try to create tools, practical tools. In this case, we created a Creativity Pioneers Fund.
And we'll talk about that later.
Yes, yeah. But it's a way to kind of say, okay, how do we manage to transfer money from some stakeholders into grassroots organizations and spaces, we like to say, where criticality and imagination can happen. So the idea is culture is never been more fundamental than now. I think it's a rediscovery, because the truth is that when we look at all of the major characteristics that are connected to our life, that almost all of them were created by artistic and cultural movement in the past. That then, once the shift happened, then we forget about it and we focus on only efficiency. I have the great luck and pleasure, for example, to work a lot in South Africa. And South Africa is a young democracy. And we know in 1994, it moved from apartheid to democracy. What we tend to forget is that until the early 90s, the organizations that were funded in order to foster democracy were cultural organizations, were artistic organizations. When you speak with the people who made the revolution, like Albie Sachs, like Cheryl Carlalus, people who literally created democracy by writing the new constitution, et cetera, they would tell you that they formed their language in those spaces. Poetry, the arts, etc., was fundamental to be able to articulate a thought of a different future. And the space practically where people connected were those spaces. Then 94 happened, Mandela became president, and the funding of all these places disappeared. We tend to forget how fundamental they are. And now I think it is imperative to reconnect with this basic truth and really be able to say, okay, how are we able to have the trust that is needed to support those spaces so that we can nurture, a new generation of change makers.
Thank you very much, Adama, and that's also related to some of the points that we had in the keynote. So, and now, trust, impact. Athena, so you have been for the last 12 months, if I'm correct. So you have tried to develop a methodology to measure the impact of SNFCC. So can you tell us a little bit more about the challenges and the resources that were needed to implement this methodology, but also the opportunities and the benefit it can create? So can you also, after that, show some of your first results?
Yeah. So now I'm going to grunt you real bad after this and talk all about efficiency. So a few weeks ago, we did share the results of an exercise that ran through the bigger parts of 2024, and that was measuring our social return on investment, our SROI. So we worked together with Deloitte Greece on examining a few select programs. I'm going to tell you more about it in a bit. And trying to monetize their social benefits against the funding needs that those very same programs have. So we focused on 4 pillars that were our cultural offering, essentially our events, our school programs, our accessibility offering, and lastly, our volunteers program. These were the 4 pillars that we focused on. And we identified and monetized the inputs and outputs through a stakeholders perspective. The stakeholders here being the end beneficiaries, participants, teachers, students, caretakers, and so on. And the number that we ended up with is 6.26. I'm going to put a pin on it and then get back to it in a bit. You asked about challenges and learnings. It's quite recent, so it's all painfully vivid, I want to say so. So everything that we attempt for the first time, usually the road is a bit more bumpy than expected. So I'm going to share with you the things that I have kept as the main insights that we gained through this process. Buy-in from internal stakeholders is crucial. And here I'm thinking mostly bottom up and less so about top management. If you approach your top management and propose a concrete methodology that measures impacts and can have a tangible positive effects, also on enhancing trust with funders, you got their attention and most probably you got their blessing. So it is your peers that you need to engage. It is the people that are running around, they're trying to put together a festival, they're trying to run operations for thousands of students coming to our premises, they're trying to engage our volunteers, and you want to ask them to pause for a second, help you out, and really commit to a bigger cause. I think that's what's really important there is inspiring a sense of ownership for these people and visibility of their efforts as part of this bigger cause. So once the exercise was completed, and even before presenting the results to top management, we gathered these people, and that was the very first forum where we presented the results, and we gave them the opportunity to reflect on them, to discuss, to dive a bit deeper into the methodology they worked around. But we also wanted to engage the whole organization. So we did a short training to all of our staff. We explained the methodology, we welcomed questions, and we wanted them to really understand what it is that we do. So you do need a project manager, someone that really connects the dots and understand the bigger picture that this all leads up to, but you want the organization and a core group of people to really be a part of it. The other learning that we had is a lot of questions about the number itself. So 6.226, is it good? Is it bad? What's the benchmark here? Who are we competing against? That was the main question, and that's something that we've been trying to explain to our internal and also external audiences. So the idea here is that we are competing against ourselves. It's problematic and even dangerous to try and compare our results with different sectors or with different organizations. That would mean that we disregard our context and the specificities of our organization, our programs, and our stakeholders. So it's more about identifying this as a decision-making tool, one that connects our decisions and actions within the framework of our mission. So this is the kind of tool that we realize this SROI metric is for us.
So €1 invested?
Yes, to make it very simple.
Exactly, yes.
So what this exercise is trying to capture is, for €1 that is being invested by the organization, what is the monetary value that is being generated to the society? So in our case, for €1, we have 6.26.
But
Yes.
is it real revenue? No, it's not real revenue. It's economic impact.
If we had to capture our social impacts in
Exactly.
monetary terms,
Exactly.
it would translate
exactly.
to
Yeah,
this number.
Exactly. So it's not just
Yes.
pure revenues.
And it's based on a methodology that is applied also on different sectors and different countries. So we have made some assumptions to adapt this to the Greek context in this very momentum.
And to my understanding, you are the first cultural institution that does that
Correct.
in Greece. Correct. Congrats, by the way, and great that they choose Deloitte to do that. So sorry.
See?
So I don't say it again. So easy. Now, Levi, sorry. I don't know what you think about that. And especially with the new generation now in mind. So can you describe the shift in the role of philanthropy with a focus on the next generation?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief to make sure that we have...
Well, we have 10 minutes more, so for what I understood, so it should be fine.
Okay, so we explained a little bit that the who is changing, but also how philanthropy functions, and I think it's also important to highlight this as well. So in essence, we see a significant evolution in how the next generation approaches philanthropy. It's not just purely being driven by the heart in the form of traditional donations, it's also actively engaging with the mind as well. So we could say that the big shift, the first thing that I want to highlight here as well, is how they think about philanthropy. How does the next generation think about philanthropy? And it's not just about writing checks anymore. There is a different, maybe more powerful approach that combines both the heart and the mind. And this is really what we're seeing, and we're seeing that families and the next generation are really thinking about how they're using their whole spectrum of wealth to create this impact. So that's how they think about giving, but also what's also very interesting to understand is how they are approaching this. How they are approaching this is that they're not just giving blindly. And that's to the point that's already been made here quite a lot, is that they want to know where their money is going. They want to really understand the impact. They have clear expectations and clear goals, and they want to make sure that if they're investing, that it's helping them achieving those goals. So I think that's also really material different. And maybe to summarize, for cultural organizations, what we're seeing is a shift in how they think about giving. That's different than the previous generations as well, but also how they're approaching this. So making sure that you're able to show the impact that you're having, I think would be a benefit in order to attract a little bit of the 60 trillion to the cultural organizations to attract new funding, because this is how they work.
Thank you very much, Levi. I think so, bit by bit, so we have started to explain why we need to support the art, but also if we want to attract philanthropists, so we need also to change approaches. Now, Adama, so you mentioned the Creative Pioneering Fund.
Yes.
Thank you. So, can you explain, please, the approach? And also to you, so do you measure impact?
Yeah.
Do you share impact with your donors? And how do you attract them? How do you convince them to give, and in particular, the new generation?
Let me try to be a little bit, well, not controversial.
Be controversial.
Right?
So
But I don't have enough It's not enough. I wanted to be more controversial, but I think it's not enough.
Be more controversial. It's not recorded anyway, so go ahead.
I fundamentally agree with the question of impact and measuring. So I think it's a great achievement to be able to give this number, and I very much agree with the fact that you need to be careful in the way you use this number, And so this is, it's important to understand this. While we do this, especially in the cultural sector and the arts sector, we need to also showcase we are the sector to say that the king is naked. What I mean by that is that this idea, this focus of numbers, that through numbers, and KPIs or whatever, we solve social problems, it's false. It's totally false. If this would have been true, climate change would have been solved in the early 2000s. We have the numbers. We know. We can measure everything. And yet, we're still here with one of the biggest issues in climate that we ever had. And we're actually going opposite the trend of solving the issue. So that should tell us that it's not only about that. It's not only about that.
It's not only.
This is what the cultural sector can bring in terms of ethos, in terms of how we try to solve problems. And I mean, we are and even here the art collectors and the art advisor, we know it. I mean, I have here Anders, who's a common friend who was also my professor, when in art and finance. And we study, we work on it. If you try to convince collectors to start or new people to start collecting art all out of the number in the end, it doesn't work. There are so many different asset classes that are better to invest than the arts. But it's not just about that. So I think this sector understands the importance on being able to convey certain stories and also to be able to see beyond that number. And I think this is where we are. And I think this is particularly connected and important to the era of creativity, because this is the time in which we have to have the courage to ask ourselves the questions that not necessarily have an answer. How do you make a country? How do you reestablish or rebuild the sense of self in a community that was raged by war? How do you create a sense of communion, in a country where there is a 40% immigration percentage? These are the questions. What does it mean to be human? These are fundamentally the cultural questions. And I think that, Millennial and Gen Z understand also that these are the big questions, and understand that these questions don't necessarily can be answered with a number.
Not only with a number.
Not only with a number. And we need to be able to navigate this ambiguity.
Yeah.
And if there is one space that is able to do this, or the tools to do it, is the culture in our sector. So all this to say that I think we have a unique opportunity to show to all the other sectors, to the world, how to solve some of the biggest challenges that we have in front of us. That, I think, is the starting point. From that understanding, then we go into the practical and the tactical. So the Creativity Pioneers Fund, very simply, is a philanthropic fund that we use in order, again, as I said before, to have to transfer resources from the philanthropic sector, other foundations, corporations, etc., in a larger story, to then transfer this part of these resources to the cultural and creative organizations that are operating in underserved communities and through arts and culture are solving some of the biggest issues in the planet. But by doing that is in the how. We do it in trust-based giving, so trust-based philanthropy. We do it in a way that we measure impact, but we measure impact with the idea of a long-term understanding. And also we measure, I want to say, because it's a nuance, but it's important. You measure outcome. You don't measure impact. Because when you measure impact in society, the number of variables are so many that it's almost impossible. But we can measure the outcome that exists in our programming, and from there we can think, we can make decisions, etc., etc. And so all this to say that the Creativity Pioneers Fund is just a simple tool, as there are many, that want to interpret philanthropy in a different way. They want to interpret philanthropy in a trust-based way, and they want to interpret philanthropy to radical collaboration. And I think that if we do that, we might explore new opportunities. So for anybody who is interested, we really want to be open to really understand and say, okay, how do we build a movement of supporter that understand the importance of creativity for social change, and we try to make it simple for anybody who wants to give.
Thank you very much. One last question, Simone, and we will not take questions from the public like this. We remain in time. But thank you, Adama, for that. So again, so many good reasons to support or for the private sector to invest in the arts, if I may say. And of course, so we need to align so the art and the mind, and a bit of measurement is not bad at all. So I think it's also helped to engage with.
Please do measure, especially with Deloitte.
Especially with Deloitte. Thank you, Adama. So I drove him here, so this is why. So he's supporting me. So thank you, Adama. So now, of course, it was also mentioned big organization and small organization. So in the keynote. So, and of course, so SNFCC. So you are quite big organization. So what are your recommendations to smaller public cultural institutions to engage with private donors? Are there a model where collaboration between large and smaller cultural institutions could be elaborated? And what is your experience on that?
Yes, this is a great question, and I'm actually glad that we get to touch on it as part of this conversation. So first of all, I think it would be very problematic to underestimate the resources that are needed for cultural institutions to commit to practices such as the one that I described a few minutes ago. This is not what we are proposing. We're not proposing to these institutions to move away from their core mission, which is to create collections, which is to curate art, which is to offer educational experiences, and dedicate their very often limited resources on such practices. But we do think that there is a value in developing an approach of tangible processes in designing and capturing impact. This is more about creating a framework and less about that being at the center of one's mission. So we do collaborate very closely with different arts institutions. We work together with artists and art collectives on commissioning and co-producing work. This is not aspirational. This is actually something that we already do. And I think that this is impact on its own rights. And it's something that very often it moves away from the center of our attention, and we don't realize that impacts on the sector at large is also impacts. So I think that there is a big opportunity in realizing, and I'm talking of large institutions such as ours, that we can also act as a conduit for resources, for audience developing, offering our spaces, in our case, our public space, in order to provide opportunities to the smaller institutions to engage with the public and to get to present work that would be less likely to do in their premises due to limited resources. So I think that funders can also play a role in this, asking the right questions. Are you working with emerging artists? Are you working with a diverse group of artists? Are you working with small institutions with a rich legacy? These are questions that should be part of the conversation. And I don't want to wrap it up with the word KPIs, but supporting the sector and strategically focusing on the sustainability of the sector at large could also be a part of our KPI.
Thank you very much. So last point, just 1 second for each of you. So just to very, very briefly answer the topic of our panel. So why should funder invest in the arts? You start 1 second.
1 second. Okay.
Because it's great. No, please go.
Honestly, I'm a millennial myself, although barely. And when I see art, it's just more than a pretty thing. I do believe that very much that art has a function and a role in society, and we're seeing a lot of shifts in philanthropy and trillions of dollars passing down to the next generation, and we're approaching this differently. We want to see impact and not only financial, so why should families and funders invest in art, right? Because it sparks dialogue. Art isn't afraid to tackle tough issues. It builds community. Art brings people together. And it preserves our legacy. Art is telling our stories and shaping the future. So we want to see where our money goes, and we want to see an impact. With art, you can. You see people, you see exhibitions, you see the people it touches, you see the conversation it sparks and the change it brings. So I think if I would invest, I believe this is the type of investment I would go for. Not only financial, but deeply human.
Thank you very much, Levi. Adama.
We live in a deep crisis of language. We don't necessarily have the language to articulate our present. And if there is one thing that the art sector can do is to develop this language, to build new language, to construct our collective future.
Thank you very much. Atina.
I think that if we move away from old school and narrow definitions of art, we realize that arts is a certain lens of looking at life, of living and evolving, both on individual and collective terms. So should we invest on more vibrant, cohesive and innovative societies? I think we should.
Thank you very much. On that note, so I would like to thank my great panelists, so Levi, Adama, Atina, thank you so much. We leave the floor, and of course they will remain after for any questions. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring conversation on the private funding perspective. Moving on, we will be talking about the museum perspective on this topic. I believe there's a lot of museum representatives also in the audience, so this is particularly relevant. This conversation will really be addressing the blending between both private funding but also the public funding. And I would like to introduce you to our moderator today, who's Sergio Savillon. He is the president of ICOM Belgium and Flanders, and also the director of the Felix Art Museum. So I invite you to welcome our next panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simone. Thank you also for TEFAF to make this talk possible. As said, we are going to talk about museums. And we are in this specific setting, which is a commercial setting. And when we talk museums, of course, you are aware about denomination, even though we have had a lot of trouble defining what a museum is. We had a lot of discussions around that, but one of the key words that still surrounds our functioning is to be a non-profit permanent institution. And there's a whole deontology that comes with that. So working as a board member of ICOM, Belgium, Flanders, being also board member of the umbrella organization of NEMO, the European Network of Museum Associations. We foster, we advocate for the functioning of museums. Now, we are going to talk museums and funding, which is one of the most pressing issues facing museums today, especially when it's about to balance the public and the private funding to have a stability, but at the same time, and this is what the discussion will be about, is safeguarding institutional values. So before I will present you my great panel, I want to give you a little bit of context, and the format of this panel will be a little bit different than the previous one. Because it's a bit, this kind of discussion could be lead in a black and white positioning of profit and non-profit. It could be also a gray zone. Well, some of the panelists have already told me, actually, I have a background in the black side of the force. So I am a Jedi here in this setting. I am completely non-profit from beginning to end in my career. So I will try to use this as a kind of caricature in this discussion. But where does this all stem from? A lot of the things that we heard in the keynote and also in the very nice propositions that the panelists have given in the previous panel comes from, are deeply tied with the Bildungsideal, the Enlightenment era concept that was created, and especially for museums, it meant that We are cultural institutions to serve as pillars for public education, civic enrichment, and collective memory. So a lot of these high ideals, these high values that we've been talking about is due to this, and maybe when we are searching for this new language, we are searching for a Bildungsideal 2.0, we could say. But so also the public-funded idea stems from this ideal. Culture is not a commodity, it is a public good. It's meant to be freely accessible, and it means that the institutions are independent. So we already have heard about this, that there is this need to have an independency, and so this is where the conflict zone might come in this discussion. Specifically because there is, in recent decades, this model has been put into pressure. State funding for museums across Europe has stagnated and declined. And ICOM has a professional gathering of museum professionals, has different international committees. And one of the committees is the very ugly acronym of IRAPFM, I don't know how they say it, but it's an International Research Alliance on Public Funding for Museums. And of course, since we got this talk, I could not work without presenting this in a very briefly way. It will just guide the type of discussions that we will have. So they are talking about the public funding, and of course, this is what we are talking about now. It's about, the report talks about the global decline in public funding for museums. It talks about the increasingly expectation to justify museum existence through economic contribution, and also it states some of the possible solutions that we have been always historically innovative in governance solutions. So Europe and the museum landscape stands at a crossroads, we could say. While the Anglo-Saxon model, where institutions they rely really heavily on private endowments and corporate partnerships, it is a resilient structure, but here in Europe, we still have to work around that. And so to explore these issues, we have with us these three distinguished experts. I will start with Kim Oosterling, Director of the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Belgium, who will shed, hopefully, a light on the challenges of securing and balancing public and private funding with a national institution. We also have Wim Pijbus, Director of Droom and Daad Foundation, who brings a unique perspective, I hope, for the philanthropic side, how private foundations can support museums while respecting their autonomy. And we have also Marie-Claire Groening, who is a Chief Development Officer at Centre Pompidou, who will offer insights on the role of major gifts and international philanthropy in sustaining world-class institutions. So we have a stratification of national and international institutions. So I would suggest we begin. And so I will raise some questions that are tailored a bit to the backgrounds of each all of my panelists, and then we will have some more general topics that we can discuss together. So, Kim, thank you for being here. I know you are a very busy director, since you have only started 9 months ago at the Royal Museums of Brussels. So I'm sure that as a previous professor in economy, you have been confronted with this big pressure of the public and the private funding of your museum.
Yes, it's indeed a big challenge, in the sense that, well, the next government, when the current government we have, has announced budget cuts that are going to amount to at least 9% over the 5 next years. And of course, at some point as a director, you need to figure out how to get funding. So before we started the talk, I was giving the figures that we have more or less 45% of own funding that we generate, mathematically, if the public funding goes down, it's going to be even more. And the paradox is I will have to work to make it even more, since I will have to find funds if I want the museum to keep on working. The issue we have is that when you have these kind of budget cuts, they're never associated with what the politicians would like you to stop. So what is the mission you want us to stop? I mean, are we so inefficient that we could work with 9% funding less? And it's a big issue because it means that you basically are forced to figure out how to find funds somewhere else, unless you want to stop some missions, which is always very hard to do as a museum director. On the other hand, I think as a museum director, we also have to be more open to getting funding from the private sector. So I think it's not just one direction. You cannot just say, well, the public funding is going down and that's bad. And no, we also have to try to think and to come up with ideas on how we can actually generate funds thanks to the private sector. And I think this is something where museums have to take the lead and start to think about the way they work. And
while you are working on this balance, would you say that, because I was surprised to hear it was 45, I think in Belgium everyone thinks that a federal museum is funded for 90%. That's the illusion, so I lost on illusion here, so for me it's also a new information. But how do you keep a balance? Do you feel that the fact that you have to get as much private funds with you that it changes your program? Is the autonomy of your museum being changed because of this?
No, I've never had any direct pressure to take a show or to be forced to do something. What I would like to share with you is an example on how I think we should be more open. So a couple of months ago, in October, there's a big, well, I can say the name, it happened now. Delvaux, which is a big luxury brand, came to us saying, well, we'd like to do something with you, and we would like to make sure that we have a collaboration. I said, okay, well, why not? What is it you're looking for? And they said, well, we'd like you to lend us artworks. And all my curators are like, we don't lend to the private sector. And I was like, okay, but we still, I mean, every month I sign insurance, coverages for artworks which are in churches. And churches, they're still a bit private to my eyes. So I said, well, we already do it. So let's listen to them and see what they want. And they came to us and said, well, we'd like to have something in the Fashion Week where we would want to do something around the 1958 World Exhibition, which took place in Brussels, where we created one of their main bags, but we were also very much involved with the fair. And you, as the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Brussels, you have the Sol Steinberg murals that were the US pavilion. And, this pavilion was actually a place where, there was a défilé. Vogue had a show just in front of these artworks. And I thought, we would like them to, some of these Sol Steinberg's murals, they're huge panels, they're 6 meters on street, so it's really big. We would like them to have, to do a sort of revival of 1958 for the Fashion Week in Paris. And I felt it made sense. It had something where I could say, okay, it's meaningful, there is a story, there's a link between these artworks and fashion. And so eventually, even though at first my curators were saying, well, we don't lend to private people, we started to work with them. But of course, I put conditions. I wanted to have museum conditions, so temperature, hygrometry, everything was the same as in the museum. And then I wanted the artworks to be put forward so that people could watch them. They restored the artwork. Of course, I wanted also the public in Belgium and not only the person in Paris to be able to see these artworks. So when they will come back, and they've come back, we'll now show them in Brussels. Is it something good or wrong? Well, so far the press found it was a good idea. As far as we can believe, the press is the judge. I think it's a good idea. My curators who went to see it actually said, wow, they did a very nice job in actually showing the artworks. We had daily reports on temperature, hygrometry. which I would say we lend artworks to many museums. I usually don't get daily reports. I mean, so in a sense of like, I think it's, my view is we have to try to be more open. Of course, I'm not gonna lend, I don't know, L'Empire des Lumières for a CEO's birthday party. That's not the point. But the idea is to say, okay, if it makes sense, let's be open and try to enter into a dialogue. And I think that's where we are. We will not be able to rely only on public funding. This time is over. I mean, that's the dark side of my previous education. I can read figures. I mean, Belgium's deficit is what it is. Its public debt is what it is. There are mounting pressure to invest in arms.
Now, the white side of the force could argue, but shouldn't you, as the director of the biggest museum of Belgium, not be the first to advocate for more public funding?
Yeah, I can advocate for it. I won't get it. I mean, it's the same as saying, you give me more. Yeah, well, give me more. Everybody's going to say, give me more. And at some point, I think we also try to, we have to show that we are also open to get and go out and get the funds ourselves, that we are also dynamic. Sometimes, and I think it's a wrong view, but some politicians view the museum as dusty old things where people don't do anything. And we need to change the vision they have from, the wrong vision they have of us, and that's part of what we need to do.
Interesting.
And if they give me more money, I'm for it. Let's be clear. Yeah.
Maybe it's
I'm advocating for more money. But at some point, you also know in which context we are. We have a growing budget deficit.
Very well. Thank you for this contribution. Wim Pabs, I have a question for you. As a head of a philanthropic foundation, you have the ability to influence cultural funding outside of the government constraints. What responsibilities do you feel that private funders have in ensuring museums maintain their institutional integrity? Do you feel that from that side, there should be also this check and balances?
Yes, but as philanthropic money, you have another position comparing to public money. Public money should be more and more accountable. Because it's public money, so the checks and balances are very strict. So that means at the end that museums or institutions, or well, in fact, any public institution has more and more the position of being totally secure of what they do, and that also means risk avoiding. So there's less room to maneuver in spaces where you want to explore new activities. And coming back to museums, I think museums should be places, well, in fact, museums are places to wander and to explore. So also museums could be places, or maybe should be places, depends on how you think about it. I think they should be places where, because it's culture and arts, where risk is accepted as part of the DNA of a museum. I mean, risk, calculated risk, I mean, is something that makes it attractive and that gives opportunity and room for new ideas. If it's all secure and risk avoiding, I wouldn't go to that kind of museums. I'd like to go to places where I have the possibility to see new things. It could be disastrous or not interesting, whatever, but at least artists or museums have taken have made the effort to try something new. And if you try something new, there's always this element of risk. And I think we live in a time where risk avoiding is more appreciated than taking risks. And if you want to be a bit entrepreneurial, and I think that's also necessary for museums, you should take risks. And there comes philanthropic money, because philanthropic money is, you could say, it's the R&D money could be the R&D money for the art world. It has more capacity and more possibilities to do risky projects, crazy projects, nice projects, stupid projects maybe even. So, which are impossible to do with public money. So I think, talking about one of the statements on the screen, that was that there is a decrease of public funding. Yes, that's true. However, it has been said today already that there's an enormous amount of money coming up the coming decades in this whole wealth transfer. So I'm an optimist, and I think that if museums do it good and make friends before you need them, then there is an enormous possibility to get in contact and to find new friends and find new donors to guarantee a financial healthy business structure for your museum in the future.
Some critics would argue that to rely on this private philanthropy could lead to a commercialization of museums. Do I hear in your narrative that you find that you don't see any conflict with that?
I don't agree. No. It's like that. I mean, yeah. I mean, you have to be in the good conversation with a donor or a foundation or a sponsor, and to say what you want, and to say where are the red flags.
And is this something that Dromendaad mediates?
I never had a red flag in any of the projects that we have been supporting so far. No. So, and I also hear from other foundations, whether if it's in the US or other countries in Europe, that is an issue. Sometimes I read it in the press, or people who are afraid yes, is a sponsor stretching too far if they want logos too big or whatever on the wall, but it's something to negotiate. I mean, mostly we are a silent sponsor, so that makes it easy. We don't even want you to show our logo. Sometimes if it helps you, I'm fine with that. But if you don't mention our name, I'm happy. So we'd like to be in the wings and support the art, and that's it.
I have understood that you even foster a lot of cultural projects that have this societal impact. Some museums don't work too much with that, so with this kind of money, you can even impulse new ways into the museum world.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, we are in the position to let institutions try new things. And yes, that might be a failure, that might be a risk. But that's a risk that we take together. We as the foundation and they as the institution. If we upfront believe in the success of a certain project, let's try to have a certain kind of group of people in the museum for the coming 2 or 3 years. Okay, let's try it. How do we do that? We support you, we help you, and maybe it doesn't succeed after 1 or 2 years. Well, then at least we've tried it. So
risk-taking leads to innovation or to failure.
Yeah. I believe in risk-taking because and per se the art world, that should be the sector where risk avoiding should be a taboo.
Marie-Claire, coming to you, you work really at the intersection of museums and major private donors on an international level. What would you say that are the key factors to attract these high-level donors?
I believe that art patrons and corporations are often driven by the desire to be linked to established institutions, and they want to leave a long-lasting cultural and social impact. So if I take the Centre Pompidou as an example, one of our main features is obviously our collection, spanning modern masters to cutting-edge contemporary artists, and the excellence of the curatorial research, which gives our curators the ability to reread art history and give new focuses on subjects like recently the exhibition on surrealism, which was held for the bicentenary of the Manifesto of Surrealism. But this time, the exhibition was designed as a maze. The exhibition was thematic and not chronological. This exhibition was looking at so many female artists like Leonora Carrington, Dora Maar, who have not been in the light in the past. It was also looking at the global impact of this movement with the artists from Japan and from Mexico. And so supporters, whether they are individuals, foundations, companies, who associate with this exhibition are associated with those new ideas that are inclusive. So what I mean is that by the subject and the content of our collection, this is the first way to attract philanthropists. The second point is obviously that we want to look at art history and have this excellent research, and we want to make culture accessible. And this is not contradictory. We can have very niche exhibitions, and we want to make those subjects available to everyone. One example is a program that we lead year-long with high school children from underprivileged areas of Paris and around Paris, very close to us. And this would not have been possible without the help of a private foundation. And what is particularly noteworthy in this example is that the foundation not only helped us organize this program, that was the biggest we had ever organized in the almost 50 years of the Centre Pompidou, but they also helped us found a study with sociologists to look at the impact of this program, and not only in numbers. We were talking about KPIs previously. You cannot measure this social impact only by numbers, but the goal for this study was to have a qualitative measurement and help us improve our process. So this program has been reconducted to next year, and we have been changing things. So this is also a way to engage our partners, supporters, is to have long-lasting relationships, and it's actually a partnership in the long run.
It's interesting because it actually answers the second question I had, meaning first you attract the VIP donors, and then one of the fears some colleagues have is, yes, but when you are having too much VIP people, and probably a lot of people who are here at TEFAF are supporting Centre Pompidou and other major museums, they want also their own specific secretive services. And there is this fear that inclusivity, diversity, is being harmed by focusing too much on these VIPs, but you give now a really nice example on how this doesn't work. Do you have this?
I think I would say for our museums, philanthropy plays a big role for social inclusion, for diversity. We have programs where, and it's funded mostly thanks to our donors, programs which help people with disability go to the museum. We have programs that help children that are, well, less wealthy go and get a contact with culture. Thanks to this kind of initiative, we have now created the little portative museum, which allows us to go to school which cannot come to us. So where we actually bring the museum to schools that are a bit further away, even though Belgium is not a very large country, still sometimes it might be a bit too far for some schools to come. So, and I think this is where most, I would tend to agree. Philanthropists, they like, in my view, one of the things they like to support is really helping young and other generation and people which have less means to go to the museum. So it's, I think it's very positive.
That's an interesting other view than a lot of people from the museums actually have, who would argue actually that they say, well, this is why we get public funding for, to be open to the public, to the communities. And now you're saying actually we are just being able to pay for our basic work as a museum, and all the extra functions are being actually also co-funded by this philanthropy.
I wouldn't go so far, but when we have projects which are well designed, philanthropists tend to follow us, especially if it's linked to this kind of topic.
So leading further on this idea, I have this more maybe a bit provocative question. We had already a small discussion about this. I would like to know from each of you, do you feel that governments should implement legally protected cultural funding in a quota to ensure museum stability? What would be your take on that? Because you could argue, well, the 45% I have, or the percentage Pompidou gets from the government, that is actually a quota. Do you see it like that? Would you see it like that?
So do I start? So there are two, I'm going to have a split personality. So what I would like is,
we are all, from the museums, we are all sheeps with wolf clothing, right?
So in a sense, at a personal level, of course it would be a dream. That would be so easy. I mean, I would have a quota, hopefully it's high enough, and then things would work fine. But then if I take my background, you'd say, well, okay, I'm having this position because I love the arts, because I believe it's important. But of course, someone who likes justice more, likes more, I don't know, social security, likes more the war, could also argue the same. And in a sense, when I was mentioning earlier on the 9% budget cuts, it's a budget cut that's the same for all the federal government. So we don't get a worse deal than the others. We get more or less the same deal with a few exceptions, and that's the government's decision. So if you put it into a quota, it's basically you decide that the next politicians have no say. In a sense, you're taking away their power, and you could question the validity of this on democratic grounds. Could you now decide? I would love it, 90% of the budget to the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Belgium. How cool is that? But in a sense, there is this other part of me who says, well, you know, politicians, they're elected, they reflect people's willingness and what they want to do. And of course, I'm utterly convinced we should defend our heritage. But if I'm the only one, can I impose this?
Now, this context of politicians having nothing directly to say to museums is the case in the Netherlands, because you have a foundation and there is no direct Ministry of Culture. Even still in that idea, isn't the amount of money that the foundation gets, is that a quota? Could you see it like that?
No, I don't believe in quota. The Dutch museum sector is in a way privatized. I've been director of the Rijksmuseum for a long time. And that's a foundation. So the supervisory board, the directors, everyone is appointed by the supervisory board or in another way, but not involved with politicians. However, the building is state-owned, the collection is state-owned, and most of the subsidy is state money. So in that sense, there is this healthy check and balances between who's doing what and who is paying and who has to do well their activities. So I think this public side of museums, I think it's important because museums, they have a public role, and since museums have been, I mean, the Rijksmuseum have been founded in 1795, and it has been a red-ink business ever since. So that means that, like many other museums, by the way. So if you accept as a society that you want to give your people or visitors to your country or whatever good services, whether if it's healthcare or public transport or culture, yeah, then public money is a given in a way. And on top of that, or besides that, next to that, is philanthropic money, whether if it's by private individuals or companies. So I believe, but I do not want to pinpoint that down on quota. I mean that's too bureaucratic to me. I would say, okay, what do you need as a museum, and what does society think is healthy and good to support a national museum or the opera or the ballet or orchestras or whatever. Let's do that. And yes, there might be budget cuts over the years. However, they come and go, like politicians, they come and go. Museums stay for the long run.
The waves of life.
Yeah, in a way, yes.
Marie-Claire, your intake on that quota idea.
I do think that museums need stability. And the idea of having a quota would be to say, you know you have this basis, and then you can build on top of that with private funding, let's say. However, the next question would be where to put this level, and also how to distribute public money, because we are all talking about the main museums of our countries, but we also have a full territory with so many heritage sites that also need restoration. It's a burning issue in France right now. So I agree that it's fundamental for us, and also to have this public funding that is somewhat stable. And also because those artworks that we care for are the property of the French citizens, after all. And we have this responsibility to keep them and to research them. The same way the building was built in the 70s, and we are on the verge of a huge renovation. The museum will reopen in 2030, renovated, renewed even in its scientific programming, and expanded. And for that, we do need to have a green light for from the government, even to go seek private funding. So we have a business model, and we say we get this percentage from the state, but our project is bigger than that, and this is the percentage that we hope we will raise, and this is how we are going to do it, etc. So it's really a contract with the state, and I also do believe that it's important that the government doesn't give it all and doesn't control all the initiatives. A lot of the times we have initiatives coming from the teams of public programming, mediation, communication that are new and that need funding rapidly, and if we want to make it happen, we have to have those dynamism of private.
So the contract with the politics is also sometimes a contract with the public, because it means that some people have been voted and want it to be more funded or not being funded. Last thing I wanted to raise, so we've been talking about the public funding, we've been talking about philanthropy, maybe also the third way, which is the museums creating their own money with their own activities. How do you stand in that? Is that just a third pillar next to these other two? Or is that the real independence vision for a future in order to gain this, I don't know if...
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, the Rijksmuseum has an average ticket income, ticket revenue of about, well, depending on the year, 25 million euros. So that's substantial money. If I look at the ticket prices of concerts, they're increasing every year dramatically. Okay. Prices for the American museums, the New York museums, are around $25, $30 per person. So that's serious. That's serious money. So that brings in a substantial part of the yearly budget of the museum. However, at the same time, you should, my opinion, you should not increase ticket prices more and more and more. I think the Rijksmuseum is free up till 18 years for everyone. So I think that's really important to keep it accessible for for youngsters and and also for people who do not have the possibility to pay a $25 coming with a family and then 2 adults, so 50 euros, blah blah blah. So that really makes money. I think museums should, in the ideal case, in the UK or some national museums in the US, be free for all. I mean, that's the ideal world. That's really I mean, what a privilege to be on Trafalgar Square and to walk just in the National Gallery and look at the treasures of the country hanging there for free for everyone. That's really the most welcoming idea I could imagine. But coming back on the money that you can make as a museum, yes, you can do lectures, you can do tickets, of course. You have a shop, you have a cafe, whether yes or no a Michelin. Well, the Rijksmuseum also has this Michelin restaurant. So this is the commercial break. Anyway, but indeed, people normally go as an average. Still, though, they stay still about two hours in a museum. 100 years ago, they came in, bought a ticket, went to the art, stayed there for 2 hours, that's it. Nowadays, they still have an average of about 2 hours. However, they only spend 1 hour in front of paintings or artworks. They do coffee, they do shopping, they do other things, they engage with other people. So this whole idea of the use of a museum has been changed. And then you could think of what is in marketing terms is called share of wallet. So what are the points in the museum where you can earn money from your visitors? It's the ticketing, it's the shop, it's the cafeteria or the restaurants. But in only a few museums, these three are connected. So there is a whole world to win if you make this museum, and now I'm talking as a marketing director, but there's a whole world to win if you think more in depth of this whole share of wallet model of your potential visitors.
What about the idea of creating more, maybe like a cooperative spirit around museums, where you have this grassroots idea, and instead of having friends of the museums, you have people who co-own it and give money to certain programs to be there, which would be like a good third way. What would you think of that?
We are not going as far as that, but I wanted to mention we do have another source of revenue that we've been working on in the last few years more than before, and especially because the museum is going to be closed in Paris, but the collection will be available to travel. So there is also for museums in the business model this part where cultural engineering can be a source of revenue. And for example, we know the Centre Pompidou is present in Malaga, Spain, for example, and also in Shanghai. And we are working on projects, sometimes of programs of the exhibitions for a few years. We're doing it close to here in Amsterdam in the next few years, and then we'll have a Centre Pompidou opening in Brussels. And all of these are generating revenue for the museum. So it's a way of sharing the collection and at the same time bringing more funding to the museum.
We are all over time, but of course, I would like to know,
Sure.
Cooperative Museum.
It's already yours. It's a federal museum, so it's the museum of all the Belgians. So in a sense, it's already yours. The question is, why don't you feel it's yours? And so I think that's something we need to work on. And in a sense, that's also linked to the question of free entrance. In an ideal world, of course, entrance would be free.
They pay already taxes, so they shouldn't pay.
Exactly, you could say. But in a sense, I think the whole question of this panel was balance. Public funding, private funding. And at the end of the day, the museum has to have a minimum of funds to operate. And what you take from one pocket, you need to be able to get it from the other pocket. So in a sense, if public funding goes down, then politicians have a duty to find ways to help museums find additional funds somewhere else. So this is also something where, as a whole, you need to make sure that this heritage is protected. And so that's where I think we should, we should work. I'm not the politician. I can only encourage everybody to vote for politicians who want to protect culture. But at the end of the day, you have the government you have, and you need to work with them. And if they want to reduce public funding, you should at least try to convince them that they should help you find private funding. This, at the same time, being sure that you don't get to do things that you don't want to do on an ethical level. So it's a challenge.
Okay, with these ecumenic words, where we are putting everything together, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this magnificent panel. And you heard it, vote well. And be aware that besides defense and besides economy, there is also the social culture, and there is also the museums that should be worked on to uphold our idea of the Bildungsideal 2.0. Thank you very much, and may the force be with you all.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I do want to mention before this conversation that one thing that is very important to us is that this is a two-way conversation. So we absolutely made sure that we're gonna have time for questions after this conversation. But now, since we already covered the private funding perspective, the museum perspective, we also would like to talk about something a bit more in depth, which is about building trust and collaboration in terms of funding. And I would like to introduce you to our moderator for this panel organized in collaboration with the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO, who is Martin van Engel. He's a member of the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO, and he will be introducing our fellow panelists. Enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, Simone. I would like to start with a short story about trust. Now, picture this. I was at IKEA. We all know IKEA. And I was there with my two kids, my two youngest kids, in the checkout line, waiting to pay for our items. We had a bunch of items. And suddenly, Nina, my daughter, said, "Daddy, I have to throw up." And we're standing in the line. So I was like in a moment of panic. Behind us stood a young couple. And Barry, the guy, he quickly assessed the situation and he said, "Sir, you know what, I'll cover it for you." We exchanged numbers. I went to the car in the garage. I saw him there, so he paid for our items and he gave it to us. And we drove home with Nina. And then she could do her thing. Now, why am I telling this? Barry, he didn't know me, but yet he acted out of pure humanity. He sent also a payment request, which I settled right away. So there, you know, so I owned the money. But what struck me the most was his trust, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And to be honest, I see too little trust in society, in leadership, in media, in politics. And personally, I think there is too little trust and too little humanity. We are facing difficult times also in the field of funding, decline of public funding in the arts. And I'm very glad that we're having this conversation together about trust. And I think it's more important than ever that we're talking about this subject today here with you. A great panel. Some of them I've already spoken to in a pre-discussion. We had a great dinner yesterday. And we will talk about a few items like autonomy, accountability, but also investing in ecosystems. And I think it's time for me to shortly introduce myself. My name is Martin van Engel. I'm a proud member of the UNESCO Commission. I'm a D&I advisor, and I've worked at several institutions like Van Gogh Museum. And now I founded my own company. It's called Do Diversity, and we conduct research, but also have inclusive leadership programs. I think it's time to meet the panel. Rachel, can you quickly and briefly introduce yourself?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. My name is Rachel Pownall. I'm a professor of arts and finance. I'm based here in Maastricht at the university, actually in the School of Business and Economics, and run an executive program in cultural leadership together with the Royal Academy of Arts in London. And actually, this is the second time we've been hosting, together with TEFAF, a course specifically for curators. So I've been doing that this last week as well.
Okay, thank you. Marcus, you're next.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. In Africa, we greet and we get a response back.
Good morning.
Fantastic, yes. Then we all know we're together. I'm Marcus de Sando. I'm the executive director of the Prinslaz Fund. We are based in Amsterdam. I'm originally from South Africa, and I find it quite interesting being someone that works for a foundation that is in the north, but I try and infuse my perspective of being from the global south in not just the work that I do, but in my everyday interaction. So I'm really quite excited to be part of this panel.
Thank you, Marcus. Zineb.
Yeah, also good morning. Zineb Seghushni, good morning. Founder of DAR, cultural agency, and we create cultural programs, we represent artists. It's actually while creating a new type of cultural organization. Mm-hmm. Before starting DAR, I used to run the international program at the Creative Industries Fund, so I got some of my experience in funding and innovation. And happy to be in Maastricht, based in Rotterdam. I'm now here for TEFAF first time. But I visit the city for the Jan van Eyck Academy, where I'm in the board. And happy to speak about trust. Yeah.
Thank you, Zineb. Hendrikje.
Good morning as well. Great to be here. So my background, I'm a lawyer by training. I worked at an international law firm for 10 years. Then I switched to the Rijksmuseum, and there with the team we started to develop relationships, and we call it development, because it's all about trust and long-term relationship to create stakeholdership within the society. And I did that for over 18 years, and the last 8 years as the first female director ever of the Rijksmuseum. And now I'm doing a diversity array of things. Amongst others, I'm also in the TEFAF Globally Advisory Board. So, but happy
Impressive.
to be here to speak about trust and relationship building.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can I have a warm applause, please, for our panel? Thank you. Now, the first topic I would like to discuss is about the shift from traditional models to new models. Rachel, you've done some extensive research about trust-based models. When we look at traditional models, it's mostly focused on short-term, whilst I think it's very important to also look at the more longer terms, right? And maybe you can explain to us why trust-based models are so important when we have to look at these long-term, practices.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think that's really fundamental in a sense. I mean, we're always thinking about trying to change things for the long term, trying to raise funding, for example, as we've been talking about all morning, really for the long term, but it's the short-term problems that we're really dealing with. And we're dealing with the funding issues, the funding problems, which are actually relatively short-term. If we think about that the big intergenerational transfer that we hope will actually come through then in the next few years. That's also something we need to be focusing on. Yet financial markets and is very myopic. We think very much about, what are we going to make it through the next quarter? We think about, we see at the moment all this shrinkage, for example, in the jobs and the sectors, and it's very short-term based. So it's really hard to be able to incorporate those long-term dynamics into our modelling in financial markets, and to thinking about how we will bring in social values, cultural values, all these other things as well, which are really important in that respect as well. Yeah.
And sorry, when we think about these long-term models and we look at indicators, metrics, how can we measure results? What is important then to really look at these metrics and indicators? What kind of indicators do we have to look at?
Yeah, I mean, in most businesses, institutions, of course, the bottom line is financial. So we always have to make sure that we meet the financial baseline, and then, of course, ideally, we want to keep people in jobs. So I think we've heard this morning, today, already about ticket sales being so important, and ensuring that we're not actually having to sell the items in the museums, which is ultimately what it might come down to in some places. But we really need to focus, therefore, on job preservation, same with the AI revolution, as it were, that there's not the job displacement that you have there. So yes, you can look at all those KPIs for impact, and we do that in research, and you'll look at footfall, audience numbers, of course, and you can look at all these various impact measures. But I think the most tangible and perhaps the most easiest is to consider how many jobs are in the sector. Can we retain those jobs? Is actually the sector growing in terms of the size of employment? Are we growing as an industry because we're the creative industries? And then by doing that, then we're actually demanding almost a larger share of funding from public organizations, but also from private organizations, because we're more relevant in society. So showing that we're more relevant will also attract also that funding as well. So I think it's really important to maintain the jobs in that respect as perhaps almost a fundamental measure.
Maintaining the jobs, that's, thank you, Rachel, for your answer. Now, Marcus, I would like to talk about the funders. How can funders position themselves as catalysts for systematic change? Big question, of course.
That's huge, yes. Yeah. I think what is important to note is that in most cases, a lot of funders have a purpose that they have defined for themselves in what they want to achieve, with either supporting through philanthropy, or in case of the Prinslaz Fund, in terms of the mandate that we have as an organization. And so the ultimate goal sometimes suffers due to the systems that are put in place. And I think almost referring to what you're saying around job retention, but it is also around how we as funders, and in our case, we are a funder, but we're also a grantee, right? We also kind of receive money to be able to re-grant it in different forms. It's about defining the route towards a particular impact management that you have beyond a transactional one. So taking away the issue of if I give, you get something back, or if I give you something, then you give me something back. Or it's very transactional. And I think funders could really benefit from being a lot more open to trust-based funding, because it's about investing in the people that have a mandate that's clear, that is achievable, and in a lot of cases that has an impact that really transforms society. And once we move away from that transactional idea of the relationships and more towards a shared goal to bettering not just the system, but obviously the society, but also bettering ourselves as people. And in that sense, creating a sense of sustainable outlook, because I think that is the one aspect people talk about sustainability in the green sense, but sustainability within the development space is about looking at how you could have impact in 10 years rather than how you could have impact in a year. So I hope I kind of answered that.
Yes, but I was thinking about these shared values that you were talking about, shared values with your grantees.
Yeah.
Do you have an example? What you find important?
Yeah, I think, look, I could give you a lot of, some examples that are, as you know that, we as a fund receive part of our income from government, for instance. And the state and what we do as an organization we have to have a shared value in what we want to achieve. I mean, for us, it's around making culture part of a very important aspect of development as a whole, which ties with whatever the state's ambitions are on a global scale.
Yeah.
But you also we have programs in our organization that we work in collaboration with other foundations.
Okay.
And what is really amazing with the foundations that we work with is that we look at long-term partnerships. Because as soon as you transcend funding beyond 3 years to maybe 5 years, you have enough time to sustain not just the project themselves, but also the impact of that project. Because then you are able to track and trace what the support that you give towards your programs can actually change people's life. Okay. Because just to add, because the most fundamental thing about systems within the funding landscape is that the less we put the support on not just short-term projects, but on timed projects, and more on processes and development as an outcome, then the sustainable outcomes of the collaborations and the synergy of the work that you do becomes even much more meaningful.
Yeah. So we need more long-term.
Yeah.
Okay. Sina, systematic change. I would like to talk to you about that. We already touched a little bit of that with Margaret, but systematic change is never easy. You work at DAR also to really create change. Can I say it like that?
I would say we embody the change. There are people that embody change.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We talked about like a certain hierarchy, like and equality as well. You had a clear vision about that. Can you share with the audience, please?
Yeah, because it made me think, of course, reflect in having these conversations and hearing the ones previous to us. yeah, as you already mentioned, this collaboration, like really see it as a partnership. So actually breaking the hierarchy, because if we want to imagine or reimagine different models, then let's also break the existing or old hierarchy at the source. And what I mean by that is there is a kind of maybe almost unspoken hierarchy that the funder is the one you need to persuade or overtuigen. Convince, while the whole trust-based issue is that you're collaborating together, having a shared aim together, and then I totally agree on the long term and time. You actually hardly can, I mean, you're the professor, but in my experience, you can't really measure impact if it's only in a process of a year or just one project.
Yeah,
like you need at least 4 or 5 years, if not 10. And for real change, you need a generation or two. So, and that's what I see if I look like I'm in the nitty-gritty of the field after venturing out of the institution. I see that there's a whole generation of artists and cultural practitioners, but also lawyers, people who study economy, who are part of the ecosystem, who have, for example, a migration background. And that brings new perspectives to several issues. So yeah, our core, in all we do with DAR is having these multiple perspectives. And I would say for systematic change, you maybe even need an institutional way of working, which is very much relation-based, long-term. When I worked at the Creative Industries Fund, it was the first time we did the reach out just before you started being director with your colleague Tessa. We said, okay, we're doing a program with designers exchange from the African continent, 12 different countries, and Dutch-based designers and artists about the future of our cities through.
So you had like a physical meeting.
So we met, and then why don't we join forces, you know, as you have a network and knowledge and means. The other party, we have that. So I think collaboration is all about joining forces and opening up. So
joining forces, but also building personal relations then.
Yes, definitely, because, I mean, we just had 2 major exhibitions, collaborations with museums, at Centraal Museum in Utrecht, on fashion and Morocco, and at the Stedelijk Museum, Schiedam, which was all about flipping narratives and also having non-Western knowledge and perspectives at the table and actually building tables. But what you see is the skill of collaboration and then equal collaboration partnership, that's, I think, a muscle that needs to be trained.
We need more of that, but it's obviously you need to train it.
Yeah, of course. I think we are able to do it. So break down the hierarchy and what Wim Pijbes said, take risks, but are you really taking risk as a funder if you only fund a museum, saying, oh, I give you 3 years to work with grassroots organizations, but go to the source. That's
Thank you, Zina. And now, Hendrik, at Rijksmuseum, you did some amazing work. I would like to introduce a success story, because stakeholder engagement is not just about who provides the funding, but also how they engage and contribute to achieving the broader goals. Now, do you have like a success story during your time at Rijksmuseum? I know you have. So.
Well, thank you, Martin.
Can
I want to follow up also on what Marcus said and Zinab said. I think for me, the key to success is becoming a movement. And for me at the Rijksmuseum, it was first, I think at any institutions, it is, you need first to create a very broad stakeholder base. So, for instance, like you need foundation, private funders, and corporate funders. You should have, if you are a museum, you have people, buying a ticket for a museum, they're stakeholders. Don't forget the government, one of the most important stakeholders, of course, for many institutions in the Netherlands. And then you have the society at large.
Yeah.
So your broad base. And then you have this pool, and then you have to create relationships with all these different stakeholders. So once you have done that, step 3, then if you have a certain project, for instance, in our case, it was really at the core of my being, female representation in the arts, you know what you have in your pool. So you have built those relationships. So you start connecting with those relationships. Why? Because you know that some of them share the same values
How
as
do you know?
have.
Do you see it?
Because we have built with a team relationships. So you talk to them about who they are, where they're from. So in this case, there were, of course, many female, for instance, female entrepreneurs always struggling to tell the story of their private company because it was always told that the man started the company, and they would tell me, no, but actually if I dig deeper in our records, then I know it's a man, but the story always has been told in a different way. Yeah. And that really resounded with the Rijksmuseum, because there we found the same issues. Who's telling the story? So I found people who shared the same interest.
Mostly women then?
No, also men.
Okay.
And importantly was that because of the relationships you have built and your shared vision, they embraced your project and they become ambassadors. And then they will start asking their friends. And then together, you're not just people, you have become a movement. And you can really shift the needle together. Move the needle and really make change in a topic you find important. So it is about creating a solid fundament for stakeholders, but really with a strategic end goal. Yeah. And this end goal for us was female representation and the funding thereof, but not only the money, but creating friends. And now it is a community and not just longer people giving money, and they've become visible.
Yeah. Great story, and successful story, by the way.
Yeah, and one aspect I want to add, of course, there were a lot of female private funders, but then you also need to have not only private funders, you need corporate funders, you need foundations, so you should also be broad in that sense. And then for this project, of course, we were very happy that we could connect Chanel, the fashion brand, to it. Why? Because it is a female founder, female entrepreneur, still the most valuable fashion brand today. Yep. So that adds to your story, which you want to tell.
I think this is a great story, and I've worked at the Van Gogh Museum. We also did a collaboration with Daily Paper, a well-known fashion brand. You know it, of course.
Everybody
It was
knows.
also about sharing. Everybody knows. Sharing values. I think that's also when we talk about trust. There you can find each other. So it's very important that you explain that to us. Thank you.
What also is nice, because you mentioned Daily Paper, we also just had a collaboration with them. Of course, they did the collaboration with Van Gogh, but also it's not only like the big established names and institutions when it comes to community and community building. So, for example, in our latest collaboration with Daily Paper, it was launching an alternative learning track together with living legends, as artists who are living legends or designers, and they share their knowledge together with a mixed group of people, and this was in their office. We did that together. So I think it's because the story you told is really, it's super interesting and nice, but I wonder, would you manage if you wouldn't have the brand of the Rijksmuseum?
I think that's a good question, because I mean, I think when we started our development at the Rijksmuseum, nobody was there to support us. So, I mean, so it was not the brand that was helping us, because everybody would say, we are you're a national museum, you're totally government funded, you're
You're
already
boring.
rich, it's in the name.
Yeah.
So no, absolutely not. So
Yeah.
this is really an important misunderstanding. So you would always you always need to go to the core of who you are and find the relationships which fit with the core of who you are. I think for the Rijksmuseum it was the country at large. So you cannot just focus on big brands only. You need to use that money to build a broader base. So I think now there is a misconception, but at the start that was absolutely not the case.
Okay. Now, Rachel, please comment.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's where the importance of the reflection is really important, that the values of the individual institution are then reflected with what the investor wants to give, for example, that it's not just the trust in that relationship, but the trust that they will spend the money wisely in line with what they're interested in, right? So I think for the Rijksmuseum, that's also, it gives a much stronger signal that there's perhaps a more powerful funder, for example, whereas something in a different, more charitable base is different,
Marcus, something else. Why, this is about autonomy and accountability, very important subjects. Now, I would like to talk about the balance between both. Why is the balance between autonomy and accountability important when we talk about trust-based funding?
Well, I think the essence of both those concepts revolves around trust. Once you enter into a relationship with the other beneficiary or a stakeholder that is either maybe kind of gives you resources, is already, you have to have the concept of trusting that the intentions, the outcomes, the values of the recipient are, firstly, they have to be aligned with yours, but secondly, you have to trust that the intentions are going to be met with the support that you give, and that's where the autonomy comes in, because then you give them, you have to trust that they know what they're doing, and in that sense, your own views have to be imposed less in order for them to be able to achieve their goal.
But
and that
also
way
for
you make them accountable.
And also for you to learn,
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
And grow. So it's a two-way street.
It is. I mean, we call ourselves a learning organization, and we really transform our programming and sometimes our grant making based on the fact of how we learn from the beneficiaries and what their needs are and where we can fill in the gaps. And in that sense, they become a lot more accountable because they also trust that you have their best interest at heart.
How do you know that the intention fits your policy? Because that's what you also mentioned, it's about intention.
Yes.
That's where you start.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that that's aligned with your own values?
Well, you have to be very clear in what you want to achieve with your existence. Firstly, what is your mandate? What is your baseline support in the work that you do? And invite people who will apply for your support, who also subscribe to those beliefs. And the way you know that there's an alignment is how you shape your open calls, or call for people to send in applications. And we find that 90% and even more of the time, the kind of beneficiaries that we end up attracting as an organization are people that believe in our own values of what we want to achieve. And so that relationship over the last 29 years becomes a lot more predictable because once you as a funder as well are very clear in what your values are in your existence, then you attract the right kind of people.
Are there any private funders in the audience? Maybe you can raise your hands if you identify with a private funder.
Yes, we want to know who they are, right?
I don't see any.
But I have a question for Marcus, if I may.
Yes,
go ahead.
No,
and then
also, so do you think, or do we think, the audience as well, that of course we used to talk about, you know, your pitching to your funder. Do you think you should? Is it more like you have to start a conversation, then present yourself as a institution? Do you know what I mean? What Zeynep was saying, maybe the start of the hierarchy should be different.
Yes.
Like, so would be, we used to say, okay, let's make a pitch for daily paper, Chanel. Or, so maybe it's more like, let's have a start of the conversation. What do you want to achieve with working with us?
Yes.
I think
but then also here is that that's difficult then, Hendrik. We can start a conversation with all these applicants. That's what I also hear.
But there is a way to do it. So to respond to your Enrique, respond to your question, is that's where autonomy becomes the most important, because practitioners are best suited to define what their goal is and what they want to do. And as a funder, you have to find a way that makes it a lot more approachable for people to be able to speak. So when you talk about pitching, it's exactly that. So in our application model, we invite any type of method of applying, whether it's video, whether it's audio. If they feel more confident in written application, then they do that. But we really invite people to also send in videos of themselves, and then you get to see the person and see what drives them. And in most cases with ours, it's really social impact work. But it is so clear once you see their face and them really explaining what they want to do. So pitching becomes part of it, and that is really important, because ultimately we do not invest in a product, but we invest in people and the progress of their own practice. And so in that sense, you have to get to know the people.
Sorry, but totally I understand what you mean, but the contra-argument is often, well, we can't have like build a personal relation with all these, applicants. So that's, something that I often hear. But I understand, I also really believe that pitching or other ways of presenting yourself is very necessary. But
actually, in my previous job, that's what we did. We developed a model that's named the Scout Nights.
Yep.
Now it's rolled out in 5 or 6 cities in the Netherlands. And the idea is that people who didn't have the traditional route of art academy or design school, but are super creative. Some people first study marketing or economics, and then
become a designer.
They become designer or artist. So, but the thing about the Scout Night model is, of course, it's like a pitching night, but you are also there with the other ones who are trying to pitch, and a jury. But the whole thing, the atmosphere is very community-based. So of course you want to be selected, but in the end you learn from each other, you make connections with each other, and then new collaborations can arise. But and also to add, if you say, we can't talk with everybody, then you already depart from the existing fund as an institution or funding body. And like what you've been saying is you build relationships. Sometimes it's in unexpected places. Sometimes it's somebody sitting next to you at a dinner.
That's what I hear.
Or in the IKEA, in the Rij.
Always
opportunities are everywhere.
And I think always expecting unexpected. Because
I totally agree.
If you're true, I think also we talked about autonomy, but also being authentic.
Yes.
If you're being authentic and you really want to share.
Rachel, because I asked a question to the audience. I didn't see anyone raise any hands, but still, I was wondering if you could give one piece of advice to funders or private investors who are looking to make a transformative kind of impact. Do you have any advice also from your research?
advice. Well, first of all, I was quite surprised that nobody put their hand up, or at least what we
Me
can
too,
see,
yeah.
right? Because I think ultimately we are all funders. We're actually all funders in the sense that we're all visiting cultural institutions. I would think if in your capacity as visiting a museum, or but also I think my advice, effectively, given that response, would also be therefore to take it onto ourselves that we are more than just visiting cultural institutions, but we really need to support it. Unfortunately, we cannot rely on public funding enough. Also in education, we're underfunded. There is this underfunding crisis. And so, as Kim mentioned earlier this morning about the Belgian Museum, there's competition for it. So we just do need to make sure that everybody feels that they're funding, and perhaps we need everybody to consider, you pay a percentage of your income, 5%, 10%, or what have you, in order to support the cultural industries more broadly. I think a pledge like that would be a wonderful thing, personally.
Wow. Yeah. Gina, one more question for you, and then we'll go to the audience. I wonder if anyone has a question. Just imagine a partnership between a private investor and a powerful local community. What would be the most important factors for success? Imagine that.
Well, okay. I think I have to go back to this non-hierarchical or different hierarchy. It's not, as you just said, we're all funders. We all spend,
Enjoy
we
the
all
arts.
make choices what we think is worth our time, our knowledge, and money. So I think what did you say, a grassroots community or a private investor? Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I think there is not a very strict line between these two identities.
Okay.
There's one of the speakers before, the person who works at JP Morgan, he said that the current new generation of philanthropists are people who are millennials or Gen Z and want to be part of what they invest in. And I think that's the whole community idea. And we talk a lot about institutions in the form of museums or funds, but grassroots communities are established too. We just mentioned fashion label or two fashion labels. What I see is that they create culture too. So it's not a very strict division. It's more hybrid. So the ones who create culture are also the ones who create value, who can also invest. But of course, there's still a layer of big money. And there is still a gap. And I don't have the solution how to bridge that except of really going to the core, the authenticity, and break that institutional idea of keeping what exists. But
I really like what Sina was saying about creating communities. In the end, that's what it is. Whether you're a big institution like the Rijksmuseum, I mean, you have the obligation to create, to embrace all the communities, and that's what you do with your fund. So in the end, or a corporate sponsor who also has a community. So in the end, you have to tie everything together, and then in the end you can also not hide between I'm with a big company or I'm with an institution. Then we're coming back to Rachel's point, we're all funders. If you buy a ticket for a museum, you're actually a stakeholder of the museum. If you live in the Netherlands, you pay taxes, you're a stakeholder of this cultural ecosystem we are building. So we cannot hide behind those doors.
No.
We all have to go out and speak for culture, in favor of culture, and try to make a difference.
I like what you said, Hendrike. We are all funders, but when I ask that to the audience,
exactly.
It's becoming very quiet. Maybe this is a nice moment to ask if there are any questions in the audience. Does someone has a question for Marcus, or Zineb, or Hendrike, or thank you, or Rachel?
You see all kinds of hands.
Please raise your hand if you have. Yeah, I see one hand over there. on the left. In the middle.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the entertaining discussion. And I thought it was quite a nice follow-up compared to this morning. And I just wonder, there was a talk this morning about KPIs. Do you still require KPIs once there is big trust? The second question is that there was a talk also about millennials and Gen Z. Do you see a change of approach in trust and collaboration compared to the different generations? Thank you.
Good question. We would like to answer this question.
Yeah, can I respond to the KPI one? I think it's really quite crucial to note that cultural activity in itself is a KPI. Yeah. And that the traditional form of measurement doesn't necessarily work for cultural output. So one has to really define what that KPI is for yourself as an institution, and also how it translates to the people that you are supporting in the work that they do. So I think in the previous conversation, someone mentioned the idea of quantitative data representation is not enough, that we have to look at qualitative representation. And in that sense, the more we invest in how we can qualitatively respond to the work that we do and how we report on it, the better it is for people to understand. It is about impact, and what does that impact mean for different organizations? I know there's a lot of conversations about impact in itself, but it can be defined, and also about what value then gets added to the beneficiary in the work that you do. And that in itself is a KPI. And so there are ways that one can really define it and can still be translated into a reporting format that will be accepted by quote unquote a traditional funder.
Yeah. Before we will ask your second question, maybe Rachel.
I agree with that, and I think that in that sense, the trust that goes into these organisations should be there because the expertise is there, and you don't need necessarily all these strings attached in order to give money in that respect either, because you want to let those in those creative positions also use their creativity and actually have that trust in the management. But it also means that there should be the confidence as well within those cultural organizations, so strong cultural leadership, that they will spend the money in the right way in order to promote those institutions as well. So I'm a strong believer in cultural leadership, but also in autonomy effectively and your own agency.
And I would just like to add one thing. I think this works very well, assuming there is a long-term collaboration or partnership.
Yeah.
Because if it's just a one-off, then this story becomes very difficult. Because trust, you cannot have blind trust. Nobody, that's not productive. So that's why you should invest in long-term collaborations where you can have different kind of KPIs, but still a result.
Yeah, and you can measure it over time.
It's a journey together then.
Yeah. Perfect. So you also had a second question about millennials. Can you please repeat that, please?
Oh.
It was primarily about we should be careful about generalizations, but it has been applied a little bit about millennials and Gen Z. Do you see a different approach or different behavior related to trust and collaboration in the market, just from your own practical experience throughout generations?
Maybe Zinab?
We have just human nature. I think the differences are not super big in generations, just that, trust. I think the element of experiencing it is very important to unlock more trust. Like, I don't know, like when we do a cultural program or projects, a gathering is always part of it, but really a gathering and then have a mix of people. So I think really experiencing it, preferably firsthand, but also, in a way,
active participation.
Yeah,
I think it's more allowed than
that's than something that's very distant. So something you have a connection with.
Exactly.
I think plays a more important role.
Yeah, that's the point I was making earlier, becoming part of a movement. I mean, that's, you know.
Physically also then, maybe, by
Yeah,
coming together.
And that's physically like a gathering and talking about it, exchanging ideas. This always creates something extra than just linear talking.
Simone, is there another question in the audience? Yes?
Thank you. Thank you for a nice panel. My name is SannehCo-founder. I'm Director of Cultural Emergency Response, also grant making and fundraising organization. And I have a question for you, because what can we actually do to promote models that also of funding that also speak of more trust? Because often it's very limited to a specific project. There's limited amounts that we can dedicate to the organization. It's not unrestricted, it's short term. What can we do as a sector to promote more trust-based funding from larger organizations or philanthropists?
Thank you. We would like to start with this question.
I think, I mean, Sanne, that's a really difficult question, because I mean, you and I have conversations about that question a lot, but I think ultimately it's about educating givers in understanding that the need is changing in the world, that the idea of prescription as a form of funding is counterintuitive in our current context, that, you know, really sharing and I think a conversation like this kind of also helps, but really sharing with the public, because we also do believe that all of you are funders, because we represent Dutch institutions that are doing work that in essence really shape our society as a whole and kind of makes us feel good, you know. But I think the idea of trust has to start from a point of understanding that the world cannot remain static as it has been for a very long time. And yes, it's a long process. I think it's something that we need to constantly have conversations around trust-based funding. As the fund, we have been giving awards for almost 30 years based on trust-based all the time. So we are kind of experts in trust-based funding. But we ourselves have never spoken about it outside of our own bubbles. Okay. So it's really up to us to start talking about it a lot more, to educate people, to be able to then see the value of that, and also what the impact of it has been over the years.
Yeah, I think it's the arts education which is key, and I think we anyway are observing those cultures where arts education funding is decreasing. Then they're the ones actually are suffering from lack of funding for other institutions. So I think it's cultural, it's societal, and it's really prevalent, and we need to ensure that the grassroots, that this education is well funded, and then you have a society which later is much more cultured effectively. So of course they will want to naturally spend much more money on culture. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Zineb and Hendrikje. Can I please ask you for one more applause for our guests? Maybe a closing note from my side. I totally agree what you said, Hendrikje. It's about personal relations, and also less PDFs. See a lot of paperwork when it comes to funding, and we need to really come together, sit together. Shared values is important. And also, make sure that we build on trust and collaboration instead of these PDFs and paperwork. Thank you so much, and enjoy the program. Okay.
Having a short break to reorganize the stage, as you can see. But in the meantime, I can already give a brief introduction as well for our next panel. This discussion will focus on Art Fund. You may be familiar, of course, with the memberships-based pass that you can be using, or you might also be familiar with the program that they're running for museum acquisitions. However, they're also sitting across public and private. And they are also having a program in engaging with new philanthropists and emerging philanthropists. And this will be the topic of this conversation. Will, Jenny, you're very welcome to already join me on stage. I think it's ready to go. But I would like to introduce you to Will Corner, who's our head of fairs, and to Jenny Waldman, who's the director of Art Fund. So please enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, Simone. As you can see, I have a microphone so that I can put it down on the table, so you only have to listen to Jenny rather than me. Just as a way of introduction, when we were putting together the summit with our wonderful TEFAF team, Simone and our colleagues, we really wanted to think about the messaging about public and private funding. And there has, of course, been increased funding over the years in different areas, decreases in funding. Public and private has come together so often. And I think quite often we take for granted that we can perhaps even have this conversation about public and private funding, which is something that is amazing when you think back. How were our museums built? Why did we even decide in the first place that there should be public funding? And I think sometimes we just assume, well, at one point, the funding of museums, the funding of culture was all public, and we of course know from history that that is certainly not the case. And then there has been this great development, great understanding, great education that arts and culture is important and it is part of our societal duty. And one of the first people that we really wanted to have speak at this summit was the Art Fund. And I think that I'm slightly biased. You can probably tell by my accent that despite living and working very happily in the Netherlands, I am originally British. And I have been holding a national art pass for many years. And I think when people think about the Art Fund, they might not really realize what exactly it is, and perhaps that there are new models that this pioneering organization and charity can show for all of us. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jenny Waldman. Jenny joined the Art Fund in April 2020. She was previously director of 14 to 18 Now, the UK's official arts program for the First World War centenary. And her previous roles have included the creative producer of the London 2012 Festival and public programs consultant at the Somerset House Trust. So, Jenny, I'm going to let you give a little bit of background about the Art Fund, because I think everyone has a conception of what it is and what the Vereniging Rembrandt does in the Netherlands and various different similar organizations. But please do tell us a bit about the Art Fund and about yourself as well.
Thank you, Will, and it's fantastic to be here and listening to all the panel discussions earlier this morning. It's very inspiring. So Art Fund started 121 years ago as the National Art Collections Fund. It was set up by a group of philanthropists and artists in 1903. Because they felt that the government was not doing enough to support the arts and that works of art were being lost from UK to mainly at that point America. And over the last 121 years, Art Fund has developed along three lines, really. The first is around helping museums to acquire, conserve, and display great works of art. The second is around growing audiences for museums and galleries and art. And the third is around advocating for and championing the work that museums and galleries and historic collections do. We work right across the UK. About 75% of our money goes outside London, although we are major supporters of the national museums and institutions. Most of our money goes actually to regional museums, smaller museums, and across the whole of the UK. And we work with a network of around about 900 museums in the UK. So we have built over the years a very considerable knowledge of the UK's museum and gallery ecosystem. And we try hard and pride ourselves in really being a responsive funder. So we are both a fundraising charity and a funder of museums and galleries. And we work on the basis of the knowledge that we hold institutionally and the responsiveness that we have both to audiences and to museums and what they want to do in the future. And I suppose if I carry on, our money comes from 4 main sources. We have a membership, we are a membership organization, and we now have 142,000 members holding the National Art Pass. Thank you very much for buying one. As was said in the previous panel, everyone who goes to a museum, and certainly everyone who buys a National Art Pass, is a supporter of museums. And that money comes to us, we give that money to museums. And at the same time, the National Art Pass holder gets the benefit of free entry to museums and half price to major exhibitions. So our membership across the National Art Pass, we now have a student art pass and a teacher art pass, because we're very keen to get young people and schools into museums. The second area of our income is from trusts, foundations, and philanthropists donating to Art Fund. The third is through legacies. And the fourth, increasingly, is through partnerships. And that's why I was so interested to hear previous panelists speaking about trust and building trust. We have a number of partnerships with individuals and foundations, trusts, institutions who want to give to museums and galleries and use us as the convener of what museums want to do, the innovations that they want to create, and what the philanthropist or trust or foundation is particularly interested in, and we create a program around that.
We're definitely going to unpack a lot of that, because it's fascinating to be able to hear about how you work both between the public and the private spheres. Perhaps it's the same sphere, it's just different areas where the money may be. First of all, can we talk about acquisitions? Because I think when people mostly think about Art Fund, they think, oh yes, they're the people who give money for especially smaller museums to buy important works for their collections. That might not be expensive works, it's important to the local community. And I think in an era where we're all talking about the overall funding of culture, sometimes perhaps acquisitions can be seen as perhaps a bit superfluous, or why are they important? Because I know that's obviously a core part of Art Fund, and we'll talk about the other areas after this, but can you perhaps elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, acquisitions have been at the core of everything that we do, building collections, diversifying collections, keeping those collections dynamic. We've got a couple of slides, I think. So this is an acquisition from 1905, the Velázquez Rokeby Venus that we bought and donated to the National Gallery. I think the National Gallery has about 100 major works of art that have been supported by Art Fund. So from there, I'm not going to give you the whole history of Art Fund's acquisitions, but just a few from the last couple of years, just to give you the range. So we helped the National Portrait Gallery co-acquire with the Getty Museum the extraordinary Joshua Reynolds portrait of Mai, which is now shared between those two institutions. The first time that we've helped an international co-acquisition. I know that has been done between the Rijksmuseum and the Louvre with Rembrandt's, but this was the first for a national museum in the UK. I think Art Fund's commitment to that, which was one of our largest ever grants of £2.5 million, went a long way to persuading a number of supporters, both individual philanthropists in our network and the National Portrait Galleries network, but also our National Heritage Memorial Fund to contribute major donation to that work. Just moving on from there, this is I've selected some works that could be downstairs in the art fair. This is a Renoir that we helped acquire for the Ulster Museum in Belfast, part of the National Museum's Northern Ireland. It's the first Impressionist painting to go into a public collection in Northern Ireland. Just think about that, and that was 2 years ago. This is a Camille Claudel, again a first for the Burrell Collection in Glasgow. If you haven't been to the Burrell Collection, I would urge you to go. It's a wonderful collection. This is the first sculpture by a female artist to enter their collection, and the first Camille Claudel in any public collection in the UK. Moving on to a beautiful deposition from the cross, a 12th century carved walrus ivory that we helped the V&A Museum acquire last year. And then moving on to contemporary work. So more and more museums and art institutions are wanting to work with contemporary artists. This is a Yinka Shonibari 30-meter high sculpture for Leeds, with the Leeds City Art Gallery in Leeds 2023, which we helped them commission and put into a community space in Leeds a couple of years ago, and has really transformed both the community that worked with the artist, but also a big public space. And then I think finally the Prospect Cottage, Derek Jarman's cottage near Dungeness, which was the subject of one of Art Fund's quite well-known major public campaigns. I think we received 8,000 separate donations from 42 countries to save Prospect Cottage, ensure that it was conserved and used by artists for residencies, open to the public on regular occasions, and there for posterity and for the public good. So channeling that individual and, in a sense, crowdfunding philanthropy into the public good is something that we have done over a number of very disparate acquisitions over many years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we talk about the acquisition side, of course, when you're talking to museums, as you do, and that was, of course, one of the reasons why we very much wanted to talk to you here, is that you are, of course, talking to these hundreds of museums across the UK. And some of them may say, well, you know, we don't want money for funding, for acquisitions. Are there other ways that you can help us? And these sorts of new programs, new models in which you're working these days, I think part of that is no doubt from the museums asking for it and your own initiatives, and also thinking about where potential new funding may come from. So I think we wanted to talk about the acquisitions because I think it's very important to remember that's, of course, at your core, and how you feel about acquisitions themselves, that they remain very important, even if they end up being 185 million for the Dutch taxpayer and partners, whether you disagree or agree. But can you talk about your other programs and what you hear from museums in terms of working with new funders or partners to fund programs where they are really trying to perhaps represent their community, engage more with their community?
As I said before, we try hard to really listen to what museums are doing. We believe very strongly that the creativity in museums is not just on the walls, but also in the leadership and management of those museums. They have brilliant ideas as to what they can do to make their collections come alive, to share them more widely, to bring in new audiences, to connect with their local communities, and to bring families, young people, schools, children, the next generation into loving museums and using museums. So we as well as talking to museums all the time, we do every 2 years a major museum directors survey where we ask the whole of our network, what's going on, what are your major concerns, what can we do as Art Fund to help you? And from that intelligence, we start to develop a number of programs. I'll give you 2 examples. One of which is around making the best use of the brilliant collections that we have right across the whole of the UK. So that's about sharing collections more widely, both in terms of one partnership that we have with the Garfield Weston Foundation, which is called the Western Loan Programme. It's empowering local museums to understand how to and pay for the costs of loaning major works from national museums and national collections for their audiences to be displayed in the way that they feel fits best with their local communities and their local collections. Another is we're calling Going Places, which is creating networks of smaller museums across the whole of the UK, which have communality of interest to develop exhibitions that share each other's collections and work with their local communities and in particular underrepresented communities to create those touring exhibitions and to tour them to each other in a sustainable way. So that's in terms of communities and making best use of collections and bringing more people in. Another way of looking at bringing more people in is the next generation and creating programs around getting schools back into museums following COVID, where everything stopped. It's been very hard for museums, particularly those outside the sort of central cities, to bring back school groups. And so we've created a number of programs with a number of partners orientated toward teachers, towards school groups, getting schools back in. And even earlier than that, looking at what museums can do for the youngest of our communities, early years, so sort of 2 to 4-year-olds before they go to school, and particularly those that are hardest to reach and perhaps living with the greatest disadvantage. So we know that about 50% of our population in the UK go to museums at least once a year. That's a good number, but imagine if 75 or 80% of the public went to museums. What would happen to those museums? How would museums need to change in order to attract more people in? And what would happen if more and more people felt that museums were part of their lives? So that's what museums want to do, and that's what we can help them do. And we're working on that program with the Foyle Foundation and with Nesta, the Social Innovation Agency, to really work out how museums can reach those hardest to reach families in their local communities, bring them in over a course of maybe 6 to 8 weeks on weekly visits, and get those young people and their parents or carers choosing again beyond that 8 weeks to go back to museums.
So when you're working on these separate programs, you hear a lot from various museums as to what their priorities are. How do you engage with new funders or grow the National Art Pass holder to a different level? I know, for example, you support curators with collaborations with private foundations, and we'll come up, perhaps we could also talk about, sorry to ask you to do it, because I think someone may have asked the museum panel about the debate about potential private funders and if there is always a balance or a judgment call that you need to make. But perhaps can you talk about how you incentivize this and grow your philanthropist base?
I think in the UK, museums over a number of years have become more and more attuned to the need for that mixed model of funding. As an independent charity receiving no money from central or local government, we're in a very good position to advocate for the value of museums and the value of public support for museums, because museums are a public benefit and the public purse needs to recognize that. But beyond that, we can attract for us, through us and to museums, a wider and wider range of private support. there was a recent study that showed, it was our recent museum directors survey in 2024, showed that 87% of the UK's museums rely on private philanthropy or private corporate support. So it's a very, very broad picture of private money for the public good in the UK. I think nearly 40% of our network of 900 museums rely on crowdfunding and local community support in some way. And a quarter of all of our museums say that that private money has become an increasingly important part of the mixed funding that they get. And of course, behind that lies some real problems, some real challenges, one of which is that local authorities, local government in the UK, which has been a major supporter of museums and galleries, have a funding crisis of their own, and they don't have enough money to be giving out to responsibilities that are not statutory responsibilities for them. So a shrinking public fund is being offset, we hope, by a growing private philanthropy. But we are very clear that that mixed model is absolutely essential, and the importance of growing the private philanthropy should not mask the fact that public support is always going to be a core important part of the cultural landscape, and should be.
For when you're approached by a foundation that would like, or perhaps a sponsor to work on a project, because I can imagine Art Fund's name, when you decide to commit to a project, you can draw in different funding as a result, and other funders feel more secure to put their money towards it. How does that? Is it that you think about, you sort of have a wish list of the programs that you know that museums would really like funders to engage with, or is it also a context of individual philanthropists, or let's not even call them philanthropists, just funders, just people who just come to you and say, we'd like to do more, but I would like to contribute to an acquisition, but perhaps is there an education program or a curator course or some other program that I can get involved with? I imagine there's a sort of combination of both of these things.
Absolutely. For us, it doesn't really matter where the idea comes from. So a funder can come to us saying, you know a lot about museums. I don't want to just give to one museum. I do that in any case, or I'm not interested in that. I want to give to a number of museums. I want to shift the dial in some way. And we have our research and our programs team who know what museums want to do. And we act as a convener, in a sense, and make sure that we are supporting the direction of travel that museums want to go in, and we're supporting and helping a private funder create the change that they want to create. And whether that's with young people, whether that's with collections and communities, whether that's with curatorial development and the diversity of the curatorial workforce, we can find the right mechanism to make sure that we're using that private money in the best possible way for the public good. So shall I give you an example of that? Because I've just given you the example of the early years and Nesta around going places, our network of sharing collections. We're gathering support now, and we have support from the Julia Rousing Trust. We have support to develop the programme from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. We are gathering support, and in all the ways that we do it, we like to work together with a number of funders, and that everyone's contribution, large or small, whether it's £500 or £500,000 or £5 million, all of that can go to a programme that we know that museums want to do and that communities will benefit from. Another is around our current campaign called Expanding Horizons, which is all around curatorial development. We are aware that because public money has become tight and because costs have gone up exponentially over the last few years, there is less and less money for developing curators, really understanding what curators need to travel, to research, to develop new ideas, to study their collections or some aspect of their collections, to think about the next series of acquisitions, to even have money to acquire new works, but also to think about the stories that those collections can tell and whether those collections are really representing the local communities that are now in the environs of that museum. So all of those things can work toward a small set of programs to develop curatorial expertise and to help curators develop and to help diversify that body of curators that will often become leaders in the museums as well, to really think about the future of curation and museum leadership.
I mean, obviously, we couldn't agree more at TEFAF. We obviously do our own curator course, and I think perhaps there's a self-critical moment where you think this is something that we developed as a foundation, but how much outreach have we done with other curator courses to think, is there a way that we can learn from those that already exist? And I think that's a crucial message for all of us that we try and provide at the summit on. Here are some examples, some ways of practical tools that we heard about in the first panel and multiple times since for people to get involved. So
I absolutely agree. I mean, I think it was Marcus in the previous panel was saying we're a learning organisation. Absolutely, we all need to learn from each other, and that's why the summit is such a useful way to learn from what is going on all around the world.
Yeah, I think we should open up to our other thought leaders in the audience. So do we have any questions? Several, excellent.
Hi, I'm Valentina Salmeri from the Rijksmuseum. Thank you very much, it was very interesting. I was wondering if you could share with us, not in terms of numbers, but in percentage, how much approximately you spend from your operating income on the fundraising activities. And then on a second note, I was wondering what kind of percentage do the legacies make out of your income?
The second of those is the easiest one. We raise around about £3.5 to £4 million from legacies each year. Our turnover is somewhere between 17 and 20 million, depending on the work that we're doing in each year. In terms of how much we spend on fundraising, there are two answers to that. We have a small and very brilliant fundraising team, which is quite a small part of our overall expenditure, but a larger part of our expenditure is on our National Art Pass, and we see that both in terms of fundraising and also community development and audience growing. So we don't see it as fundraising, we see it as a way of helping more and more people enjoy art and museums. So with our National Art Pass network, we send information very regularly online through social media. We send an art map of all of the 900 museums in our network where you can see things, what exhibitions are going on. We see that as developing a kind of lifetime journey of love for museums and actively supporting going to museums, enjoying museums, getting the benefit, but also giving the benefit. So that's not fundraising for us, that is actually audience growth.
Hello? Hello, Kate Seymour from the International Council of Museums Conservation Committee. Thank you very much for your wonderful insights. And I can see there's a trend going through all of this morning, but especially yours, about community and collections. But there's another C that is missing. And I know that the Art Fund does quite a lot of that C as well, which is conservation. What about commitment to keeping those collections going so that they can be enjoyed by future generations? Could you illuminate us a little bit on that as well?
Yes. Actually, just last week, we convened a group of funders, including public funders, that are that work with collections to talk about collections management and to talk with some groups of museums about the huge challenge now of collections management, both in terms of conservation, in terms of storage, in terms of disposal and ethical disposal. There is the word crisis is used too commonly, and I'll try to avoid saying that, but I think we've noticed in the UK a challenge building up, particularly since COVID, where museums have had to reduce staff. They had to reduce curatorial and conservation staff. They're now realizing that there's a backlog of work that needs to be done, and they don't have the expertise to do it. So we are looking now, and what we do with each of our new programs is we start with research and asking museums what is happening and what they need, looking at how we can help museums or groups of museums to develop that. One small example that we are doing, I'll give you, which is that there are some museums and institutions that have fantastic technological equipment for conservation and study, and we are working with the National Gallery, the Courtauld Institute, and the Hamilton Carr Institute in Cambridge to help them be able to work with more and more regional museums to bring their works in for analysis. So we can't pay for that kind of analysis equipment in every museum. We're also not a capital funder, so we wouldn't. But when one institution has that, we can see the need to share the work that they've got. We're talking with the Glasgow museums about whether there is some way of centralizing conservation work between them, because, again, they just don't have enough conservators in the different museum institutions. So we've had, in the past, some programs around conservation and developing conservation expertise. We're certainly looking at that again and about really analysing and focusing on what is most useful and what's most needed in conservation.
I think we have time for one more.
Is that on? Yeah. Hi, over here. Sorry. Hi, my name is Meryl Dynama. I'm with the Vereniging Rembrandt, the Rembrandt Association, so thanks for the shout out. It's been really interesting to hear from you and sort of realize where we do the same things, but where the difference are as well. I just wondered, because I was really interested in you saying that your corporate partnerships are on the rise at the moment, because we've been exploring that as well, because we've been very much a privately funded organization in the past, so we're sort of expanding those horizons. So do you see any trends in your corporate sponsorships? Do they have specific interests? Are they wanting to be sort of committed to certain museums, or are they happy to invest in sort of more overall projects, or sort of have to go back to the previous panel? Are they happy to do trust-based funding and let you get away with whatever you need the money for? Could you give us a little bit of insight into that?
So there are a number of corporate relationships with individual museums, and they don't need us to be an interlocutor for that. So we come in where it's to do with a number of museums. So it might be maybe in a region or across the whole of the UK or in one of the 4 nations, because we work across all of those. We have 2 ways of dealing with corporates. One is we have a corporate national art pass. You won't be surprised. So, of course, it's a fantastic benefit for staff. And we develop a relationship with that kind of area of the corporate entity of the company to develop their relationship with us in that way. Where it comes to corporate support for something, I think we're in the sort of fairly early stages of that as well, like you. We have a number of individual donors who are also leaders in corporate organizations. But in terms of corporate support, they are, I think, more more directive, more clear about what their objectives are commercially. And so we need to make sure that we can angle what we want to do, what we know that the museums want to do, and how to deliver for the corporate. And I think we have a very useful role to play in that as an intermediary. One of the things that is most noticeable in the UK, and I think other European countries are less focused on their capital city, but museums outside London have about a tenth or less the support of corporates than museums inside London. They're just not able to develop that kind of corporate network that you have in London, because the City of London is so dominant across our country in terms of where the corporates are headquartered. So it is, I think, a really useful thing that we can do, as we do with private philanthropists and trusts and foundations, to say, here we are, we can help you get to a much, much broader network, a much broader audience as well across the whole of the UK.
Thank you very much, Sanneh. I think that's it from us, and we'll move on to the next panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we have already reached our last panel. This always passes by so quickly. One of the core missions within all the educational programs that we are developing here for TEFAF is to focus on collaboration, to focus on partnerships, to make our program stronger. And this is also one of the core essence to our summits, because the reason we initiated these was because we see ourselves as a foundation, as a platform on the intersection between the market, but also towards foundations. And I think this is exactly what we would like to address in every iteration of the summit, to see how we can create more synergies. And this is why we dedicated this last panel, which will be moderated by Anders Pettersen, who is also the CEO and founder of Art Tactic, who are producing amazing reports. So I can highly recommend checking out their website. But for now, enjoy this last conversation.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Simon, and thank you, Will, for organizing this summit. It's amazing. Actually, exactly 5 years ago, just at the outbreak of pandemic, I was standing on this stage presenting the TEFAF Art Patronage Report in the 21st century, and it's really great to come back again 5 years after to look at this very, very important theme. Obviously, quite a lot of things has changed over the last 5 years, and one of the things we want to explore is a little bit what happened in this sort of post-pandemic period. But I'm delighted to be joined by two, I guess from now, we've been very much focusing on the sector, the private sector, looking at, there's been talked about lack of public funding, etc. Here we have two representatives of, I guess, the public side. We are missing one member. Unfortunately, Leslie Ramos couldn't join us today. She gives us, she's with us, but unfortunately she couldn't make it exactly in the spirit. But I wanted to introduce my fellow panelists, Barbara Wolfensberger, who's the Director General for Culture and Media for the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science. Claire Titley is the Director in Business Innovation and Philanthropy for the Arts Council of England. I thought maybe it would be quite useful for maybe just to kind of explain your role within this context of art and philanthropy, the public-private, and maybe so if you could start with Barbara, talking from your point of view, the ministry and your role, and then Claire, you can talk a little bit about the Arts Council and its role in this regard.
Yeah, my role within the ministry is that I'm responsible for everything that happens in culture, creative industries and media in the Netherlands from a public national point of view. I'm the first advisor of our ministers, and I lead all our people who are every day working hard to support the sectors that they are working for. I'm also part of the Creative Council top team because I used to work in creative industries, and that's actually a cooperation between the Ministry of Culture, let's call it that in a short way now, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So it's very much talking about cooperation, public-private cooperations. But as a ministry, we of course only have a role for public funding. But to us, it's really important, especially for the musea in the Netherlands, and especially for the Rijksmusea, the national musea, that there is a healthy sector, and that the sector can withstand certain incidents, or maybe for a longer time, because sometimes the public is not so trustworthy because they're not joining us in our musea or in our stages. Sometimes sponsorships are difficult because of economic situations, and sometimes government is not so trustworthy because of fluctuations in cabinets. So to us and to me, it's mainly very important that our whole sector is flexible and is thinking creatively, but also business-like, in a business kind of mind, to how their funding is organized and where their money comes from, and to make them not so vulnerable for those changes.
Claire, in terms of Arts Council?
Yeah, so very much sort of similar, but obviously we have an arm's length principle within in England and UK. So our funding comes from government, comes from two sources: taxpayers and national lottery players. And we distribute that. So we're the National Agency for Culture and Creativity. We've got a 10-year strategy called Let's Create, which we're about halfway through. So we published that just as sort of COVID all happened, or the global pandemic was announced. And that's around supporting and investing in cultural opportunities and cultural provision across England. And we do that, as I mentioned, two ways: with taxpayers' money and National Lottery. We distribute about £700 million a year. We core fund about 970 organisations, which we call our national portfolio organisations. And we also provide project grants to organisations and individuals as well. We support individual talent development and creative practice. So, and I think absolutely, I wanted to echo what Jenny said earlier about in the UK, I think we've been really good at advocating for the mixed model approach, so where public funding is the real kind of bedrock and the core support for the sector, and then any other income, so whether that's earned income or contributed income, so money that is raised from individuals, trusts and foundations and companies, or indeed increasingly, and we'll probably talk about this in a little bit, but blended finance, so thinking about loans, thinking about asset transfer as well. So there's a real mixed model approach that is vital and actually helps to amplify the benefit of the public funding that's there as that bedrock and core.
Okay, so let's go 5 years back and look over the last 5 years in terms of exactly what, some of the ideas that you've done talking are these. Is a result, a consequence of what's happening. I mean, just maybe start with the Dutch example, because there might be a UK, difference between.
It might
the UK
be really boring because it's not so much different.
Well,
but I'll shout some numbers too, and see. Look at what's. I don't think it has changed that much in the last 5 years. I think the pandemic had a real big impact in the Netherlands, but we've always had a rich history of public funding, public-private funding, public-private cooperation. revolving funds, etc. And also a little bit different in the different sectors, whether you look at performing arts or musea or film or literature. It's always a little bit different because the earning models are different. Sometimes you have visitors, sometimes you have buyers of a book or not. But I think in the pandemic, we suddenly, as a government, saw ourselves in a role where we had to step forward because we were creating a problem by closing everything, not everything, luckily not musea, but putting on different rules because of the virus. And we also got into touch more with the big part of the sector, which is privately funded or just commercially funded, who are entrepreneurs, whether it's a stand-up comedian or a gaming agency or a privately owned museum. There are so many different ways of being funded or being an entrepreneur within culture and creative industries. But we had to step forward because our new rules were affecting everybody. And that helped us also to get a much better understanding of how the organization of money within the sector was moving and what was influencing which. I think that made things different. And at the moment, we're actually in a period where government is sort of stepping back because government stepped forward and now government is stepping back. But without a changing in funding from the national level, we fund the sector through 6 culture funds, 6 government or national culture funds. That's what we call them, Rijkscultuurfondsen for the Dutch people in the audience, and through our culture council, the Raad voor Cultuur, who spends half of our money, and then in total, when you look at monuments, etc., we spend $1.5 billion, euros, of course. Sorry, I was just in the States, which was very interesting. I can talk about that too in this time frame per year. Okay. But the mix of instruments that we use has become more extensive. And I can also, when you look at the former talk, there is a strain on city or local government funding, because in the Netherlands, if you look at public funds, about 30% is national funding, 10% is provinces, but 60% comes from cities, local city councils, and there is a problem there. I think almost everywhere in Europe for their funding.
From the UK perspective, what's...
Yeah, so when you look at kind of what shifts have happened since COVID 5 years ago, I think it's quite easy to kind of, put a bleak lens on it in terms of the challenges that organisations and museums, arts organisations, theatres, we support the full range of artistic activity in the UK and England, but so you've got the backdrop of decreasing public investment. You've got increasing overheads. We've got the cost of living crisis, which is with high rates of inflation impacting on levels of disposable income. There's been a change in audience behaviour, so how people consume culture has really shifted since the pandemic. Skills and talent was referenced in the trust panel, and there's a real challenge around certain areas of staff within the sector, particularly within finance, fundraising, marketing, those areas of work where you can move out into a different sector but take those transferable skills with you and gain more. That's not to diminish the value of the individuals that work within the sector and continue to stay in the sector, because they are really passionate about arts and culture, and that's what I think makes a real difference for our sector. We've seen corporate giving reducing. We've seen
the level of giving going up, but the proportion of people giving coming down. So there's that shift there as well. But I think you could also look at it in a positive. So what did COVID allow us to do differently? It allowed us to test different ways of funding. So for us, we entered into loan agreements with a number of organisations. So we were able to kind of work through and test a different way of funding for us. Previously, we've only ever done grant funding. It also allowed content to be created, audience, sort of in response to changing audience behaviours. So we've been able to kind of test and roll out things in that way. We've all had to adapt and change. I think also organisations have managed to get closer and possibly embed themselves more in their local communities through that time, through the periods of lockdowns in England as well. And so I think that there's been a lot of positives as well, that it's easy to kind of forget that actually this level of uncertainty can actually build resilience and make us stronger as well. Yeah. And that's that real kind of entrepreneurialism, dynamism approach that Arts Council supports organisations to move into that space, into trying things differently, thinking about diversifying income sources so that you don't have as great a reliance on that public funding.
May I add on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think, because I totally agree, and we've seen it almost, not totally, but the same movements here in the Netherlands. What we've also done in public and private partnerships, and what I have been really proud of our sector also, is the versnelling, is digitalization of content, digitalization of processes. I think there's almost sometimes a positive voice about AI, and we should be also positive about it, because it can help us move forward and have a different connection with our audiences. But I think it almost gave, if you look at the positive side, because there were a lot of negative sides in that period too, and from that period, but also it gave a little kickstart. We actually started the Kickstart Fund together with private funds, but it gave a little kickstart to looking at different models of earning money, but also and especially to different models to connecting with audiences. And I think that is all what it's all about, isn't it? Also looking at impact. Because I was really interested by the formal panel about trust, and I was listening to Marcus. I think he's still there. Yes, he's still there. And I think the point he made about trust was really, really good. But I also think that we shouldn't be afraid to talk about trust on the one hand, but also to talk about impact on the other hand. And if you can mix that, then you also have a more grown-up conversation between public and private sector, between private entrepreneurs and cultural institutions.
I want to explore the model aspect, but there's a lot of emphasis on, I guess, the public sector, the government, in terms of providing funding and support. But there was an interesting paper that's just come out, a report actually it's by the Center of Social Justice, which is called Supercharging Philanthropy. It just came out last week, which is very much about the government as a sort of taking a bold leadership role and laying out a clear vision for philanthropy, which is not necessarily about actually money. It's about setting up a framework to celebrate philanthropy. And UK is always a little bit squeamish when it comes to talking about money and giving and all these things versus the Americans. And I don't know what the Dutch, what examples are here.
They're frugal, eh?
They're frugal, exactly. So there, I think, and I want to kind of just explore that a little bit. You know, we talk about this public-private partnership, and we know that probably the pot of money might be quite finite, and obviously priorities in the world we live in today might shift otherwise. And how otherwise? I mean, what other ways can the government support giving and the pleasure of giving, and that might come all the way down from fiscal and tax incentives, but also beyond that potentially. I know you can, Claire, maybe you want to start.
Shall I go first? Yeah. So we've been working together with a number of philanthropy stakeholders across the UK actually. So Arts Council Wales and Arts Council Scotland equivalent, Creative Scotland, has been involved as well. And we've been working with a number of philanthropy stakeholders to really kind of drive the adoption of a national philanthropy strategy that government could adopt. And within this strategy, there's a number of recommendations that have been put forward that we're working with government on at the moment. And I think there's real opportunity for change. We've got a new government in place that has been in since last summer, so they've kind of got to, they're finding their feet and also finding obviously the real economic challenges that they have. But I think that whilst we, as Kim said earlier, we will always advocate for more public funding, but actually we also have to live in the real world and see where the demands on the public purse are going forward, and we need to be responsive to that. But there's a number of initiatives that I think that we think collectively as the philanthropy stakeholders in England that this government could do. So around championing philanthropy, there's obviously tax incentives like many countries have, but we need to be promoting those more widely. We have something called the Acceptance in Lieu scheme that we operate, which allows individuals to offset inheritance tax by gifting artworks or other assets to national institutions or regional museums or archives. And that's something that is really popular. It could be really popular if it's promoted. And so finding the routes to promote that is quite key. And I think when we talk about the wealth transfer, for the UK, the number, so 60 trillion was mentioned earlier. For the UK, we're talking about 5 trillion. And who holds those kind of conversations with those when that wealth transfer happens? Wealth advisory firms and professional service firms are so crucial to the conversation that they have with their clients. And so working with government to see about embedding philanthropy queries, questions into that advice giving could make a massive shift. We know from the wealth advisory companies that do this, and only I think it's between 5 and 10% in England actually do this. But we know the ones that ask the questions around philanthropy, around giving, actually have a higher client retention rate as well. And so there's a real kind of interest for the sector as well, for the wealth advisory sector. So how can government work with the Financial Conduct Authority to bring in that mandatory training? That's a question. How we celebrate philanthropy, how we encourage others to give more. So thinking about existing grants that government make, can elements of that be used as challenge funds or match funding? So we know that the incentive of the value of giving is increased by 2.5 times higher when there's match pound for pound. And that is a real incentive to give, maybe even for frugal Dutch, I don't know.
We love matching.
So it's a great kind of incentive as well.
Yeah, it is. I think what you've seen in frugal Netherlands is actually a rise of patronage. We are becoming a little bit more American in that way. You can see I think as a government, of course, we have all the tax refund schemes, etc., which are made by our Ministry of Finance and are about giving, but not only to culture, but also to sports or whoever you want to give to. Well, not whoever you want to give to, not when you want to do it to your children, then it's suddenly a lot more difficult in the Netherlands. But if you want to give to culture or other societal institutions, then there are scheme frames for that. We are actually very much awaiting an advice from our Culture Council, the Raad voor Cultuur, who will in the second half of this year come with a report, or not so much a report as an advice on how to look at private and public cooperations and giving. But we see also the transfer of wealth from quite a wealthy generation after World War II. And there is a lot of money there, of course, for probably 10 to 20 years. There should be a big transfer of wealth. And I think that all the research shows that the incentive for patronage is becoming bigger at the moment. We also see that a lot of our bigger institutions like the Rijksmuseum, but also Artis, which is a zoo, but also who's also here, but also National Opera, National Ballet. They are finding their visitors earlier and earlier. They're making their friends before they need them, as Wim Pijbus always says, who was, I think, here in a panel too. And they are creating networking groups for young professionals. They're very, very successful, and it's really interesting to see that. And also, we have experienced that as soon as we match, as it's a big incentive for public givers, or how you would call that, to participate in plans.
I want to pick up on a theme which has come through some of the other panels regarding the ethics of public-private, the complexities around what is acceptable and not acceptable, and how it's become very, very difficult for the cultural sector, and you've seen it in the UK and probably also in Holland with regards to certain private funding that it's done has to go because there's been either demonstrations or boycott of this. Now, what is the government? There seems to be also that, I mean, talking to some cultural organizations, they seem quite lonely when they're faced with these dilemmas, or faced with critique in how to respond to these things, and often left by themselves as a sector or even individually. And what do you think? How do we defend? Because we're starting to take away the small portion, or the important portion, which is private funding. Is there such a thing as a complete, where there's no strings, where there's no, anything that might, even if it's 0.1%, how pure, when ultimately many of these things, when it's removed, it kind of destroys exactly what these institutions, the civic museums and the institution are trying to do, which is fight the exact cause that is actually being boycotted. I mean, so we're talking about literature festivals, for example, which is about freedom of speech and talking about many of this dilemma. And in the UK, we had the Baillie Gifford, which is an investment company that was both the Edinburgh Festival and the Hay Festival that had to kind of let go of that quite a significant amount of money. So how do we, as a government, how do we respond to the challenges that we face regarding the ethics of to help the sector kind of navigate it, because it seems, as I said, often a very lonely and difficult thing to do by yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shall I?
You start.
I'll start. Because the ethics, it's so broad. It's from autonomy. How do you, if somebody gives you money, are you still the boss of yourself and the content you make? And I almost never see that as a problem within the Netherlands up till now. It's a good discussion. It's a just discussion, but artists should be autonomous in what way or another. And I don't think there's a real issue there. What you mentioned about protests because of sponsorships, etc. Yes, an institution is sometimes on its own. I think we, as our ministry, we made a guideline of how to act, who to connect, what are the phone numbers. We are also a small country, so they all have my phone number usually. So somebody will call and say, we've heard that. And I think what we have also done is what we call the veiligheidsdriehoek. It's the security triangle, I don't know, which is in place in every city. Everybody knows how to act and where the responsibilities are. And I think that when the larger institutions are faced with it, and it's mostly larger institutions who are sponsored by the oil companies or others, that I hope they don't feel alone, because they do know how to find us every weekend, etc. But on the other hand, that safety triangle can help outdoors, but it's your responsibility within your institution, and you have to also make your own decision, or whether you can make your guests feel safe, and the people who work there feel safe. And that's not always the case, and that's a terrible situation. And sometimes there are small institutions, cultural institutions. We just had one incident with Boom Chicago in Amsterdam, where it's more about the Gaza war at the moment, of course, which is a horrible war and a horrible situation. And there's a lot of discussions in the Netherlands. I expect also in the UK, I don't really know, but in the Netherlands it's a fierce debate, and it should be a fierce debate on any war, actually. But where you have smaller institutions that take decisions on who is performing, because they just, not because they have a political point of view on it, maybe they have, but that's not the reason why they take their decisions. It's because they, as a small institution, feel very much alone, and they don't know how to protect everybody, and they don't know what's going to happen. And we are sometimes, in the public opinion and in our press, but also in our parliament, we are very, very strict for them, and they should have done this and they should have done that. And I really, really feel for every small institution which is faced with these decisions, because it's incredibly difficult and complex. And you usually decide something which is not what you want to decide, but because you think you can't do anything else. And I think we should support them instead of be strict with them.
That's it. Thank you. Claire, I don't know if you have anything to answer.
Yeah, so from an Arts Council England perspective, we're very clear that organisations are independent. So and they have their own boards and decision-making practices. One would hope that they do have set policies in place where they clearly are articulating their vision, mission, purpose, and also taking into account any risk that may arise. I think what has shifted more recently is, you mentioned staff, and I think that kind of looking after staff and being clear with staff that why certain decisions are being made, and that's incredibly important now, whereas I think previously it was, behind closed doors decisions were made. I think there needs to be a greater transparency around that. So one of the things that we are doing, one of the initiatives that we are doing, is bringing together, actually in a couple of weeks' time, bringing together some of those larger organisations that have had direct protests. And ensuring that they have that peer network, but also giving them opportunity, time and space to discuss it, and then work out, okay, what could Arts Council do more to support you? Because you have to make those decisions. We recognise they can be complex and challenging, but what could we do to support you? It's not a big issue around the country. I mean, you did mention literature festivals. Hay obviously takes place on the border of Wales and England, but actually, when I travel to Manchester or to Leeds or to Birmingham, other kind of major cities, and an increase or less so in small towns. This is not an issue. It tends to be a small group of protesters that are targeting the larger organisations. And so, yeah, what can we do to support? But ultimately, decisions need to be made, and that's the leadership and the governance, so the board and this leadership. But ultimately, it stops with the board.
Thank you. I wanted to just pick up what, Barbara, you mentioned this Kickstarter fund, and I think I just want to, before we end, just talk a little bit about these new models. Claire, you talked about blended finance, and I think this is really interesting, these sort of public-private, talk about synergies here between the two, but maybe you can, I don't know how that Kickstarter fund, is it linked to culture directly?
The Kickstart fund was a fund after the pandemic to help, or in the pandemic. But now we have, if you're looking at digitalization and new forms of connecting with the audience, digital formats, immersive content, we have a mix of things we're trying to do. We have a project called Digital, where we have public and private funding together, working on digitalization projects. We have the Netherlands, oh God, all those, the NDA and the DNA. Look at the letters. Digitalization funds for heritage and for archives. We actually, in the last round of we have in the Netherlands something that is called the Growth Fund. We have a fund for 200 million. We've received that to work with immersive experience to help the Netherlands be very, very. How do you call it? It's to lead the way in immersive. So we have so we can develop the talent production facilities, but also talk about societal public values, societal challenges within the digital domain. So that's a lot of different ways of trying to find new models. But I also see in the sector itself, because this is all sort of starting from either government or other public funding, but I also see a lot of initiatives in the sector itself. During the pandemic, our 4 main film festivals, they started a platform together so that they could worldwide have discussions with directors of films, etc., instead of people coming to the festival. Very, very successful. Actually, more successful. There were more questions from the audience on the screen than when people are sitting in the audience. And there's apparently a bigger barricade between here and there than between screen and screen, even if the one is in Mexico and the other one is in Paris or Amsterdam. So it's a multitude of new energy, which is really, I think, interesting. And I think the sector is doing so well in taking all these initiatives and trying, as they are struggling also on a daily basis, to survive with your institution and to make your next exhibition or your next performance. Which is already with a small budget, very, very challenging. But still, there's a lot happening there.
Social impact investment, blended finance. I mean, we talked a lot about philanthropy, but there's also a lot of focus, obviously, on impact, which you talked about, and social impact as a whole new strand, which is now sort of kind of, I guess, has been happening for a while in the UK, but it's also now new setups like figurative. Can you just talk a little bit about this concept of what the role the public sector plays, or any grant maker or any foundation or philanthropist plays in this blended finance landscape?
So blended finance is when you're looking to bring together finance from multiple organisations, but in a way that is loan finance. So you're looking at the impact. Obviously, the organisation that receives that funding, there's a whole process that they have to go through. But when they receive that I keep saying funding, but realise obviously it's a kind of investment really. But they have to pay that back. With interest, but it's a really small competitive rate of interest, and then they have to be able to demonstrate that social impact of that work. So we support something as a partner organisation, an organisation called Figurative, and they run the Arts and Cultural Impact Fund, which is a £20 million fund for organisations to apply to gain the loan finance, to help them develop new models, help them to invest in a different audience tool, or to help them transition through a merger. So there's lots of ways in which organisations are using that finance. What's interesting is that we're just one of the partners putting in the money, in the investment. We're also working with Bank of America Merrill Lynch, so they're so we've got a partner from private sector in there. We also have Paul Hamlin Foundation, so a private foundation, Esme Fairbairn Foundation as well. And so that kind of group of organisations working together, we don't take the decisions. We are on the committee and we have a voice on the committee, but ultimately it's the whole committee that make those decisions, and the process that they work with the organisation to get them investment ready is such a brilliant process anyway, because it's a kind of almost an evaluation of their business model and what opportunities could be explored. So going through that process, whether or not it ends in a loan, is actually a really good process to go through. And I just wanted to touch briefly on place space. So we've talked a lot about individual organisations, and you just referenced collaboration for festivals coming together, but I think one thing as well coming through COVID and now is that increased collaboration that's happening, and something that is really gaining momentum in England is actually place-based philanthropy. So, and I don't know if this is similar in the Netherlands, but actually groups of cohorts of organisations working together, not in competition with one another, but actually working together to realise greater levels of funding. So there's a project that we've supported in Stoke-on-Trent. Some of you, hands up if anybody actually has heard of Stoke-on-Trent. Yeah, okay, so that's great. Great pottery throwdown is an export from Savelkoul, obviously Wedgwood factory set up in Stoke. So they have a real cultural heritage of craft making, pottery and ceramics, and they have the ceramics biennial now in Stoke. But these organisations didn't have enough funding to be able to support a fundraiser for the whole, for each organisation or group. So by coming together, they're better able to make that case around pride of place and connecting in with the cultural heritage of that place. And I think we talk a lot about the kind of how does supporting or giving make you feel. And Stoke have absolutely connected into that cultural heritage. So whether you were born in Stoke, whether you kind of have a connection with Stoke, many of the individuals that are supporting Stoke, so they've set up a philanthropy network. Many of them don't live in Stoke at all. They live in London, there's individuals in America, in Asia, and they're finding ways to connect back into Stoke and support it. Because they have a passion for the place. And I think that's a really interesting way of growing levels of philanthropy. And they've had a brilliant partnership with V&A, Kensington, and the ceramics collection there. So there's that London and in the regions link, but they're absolutely growing levels of philanthropy that they would never have been able to unlock. The ambition just wouldn't have been there at all.
Fantastic. I know that the clock has been staring very redly at me for about 5 minutes, but I promise to give Barbara just a response as well.
Not so much a response, it's just something I want to say, because I think the next years will ask a lot of you all, and from the sector, when you look at looking for philanthropy, being an entrepreneur, and looking at public funding. And it doesn't sound easy, but I think this sector in the Netherlands, at least, but everywhere in Europe, is so strong and can do it all. And I think you need to be a little bit more fierce. 3.7% of our GDP, Bruto Nationaal Product, is from creative industries, culture and media. 4.5% of our workforce works in creative industries, culture and media. We are a strong industry, and we don't need only philanthropy, and we don't need only public. We also are entrepreneurs, and you are so creative in doing that. So I would just hope that instead of being scared of, or are we autonomous, we can all make the step forward and work with each other for this sector. And I have a great belief in that.
That's a fantastic note to end it on. I don't know, Will, do we have some possibility of some questions or?
No.
Okay. If I don't know, I can't see much here, but maybe we can get some light in the audience. Any questions? Yeah. That didn't work. There's a microphone coming fast.
Running
microphone.
Yes, this is working. Thank you for the insightful talk. I also want to mention a report that's been recently published, and I think it's very good one to look at to see kind of what sort of relationship is there between the public and the private organizations. So I'm just gonna read one of the, I think, most striking outcomes. So it says over half, so 51% of creative organizations report that they believe funders view them as too risky to invest in. And there is a clear evidence that in many cases, funders and creative industries organizations do not understand each other's needs. So my question would be, how do you think public institutions or cultural policy can be a facilitator to make, creative industry organizations and funders to better understand each other's needs?
Do you want to go from the creative
Well, I have the feeling that this report was looking more at creative industries than cultural institutions. So because it's a well-known fact. Yeah, but it's mainly because funding is about starting a company and investing really. And we all know, past years, we have seen that it's always difficult. Also, banks find it difficult to give loans or invest in cultural institutions. But I don't think I have the answer that you really want to know, because I don't think it's a role for our government. There is a role for our sector to also not only look at our own values and our own autonomy, but also to look at the other side of the table and look at your earning models. And do you have IP of your idea, and be more as a normal company as an entrepreneur, and think more as an entrepreneur, so that you can also sit at the table at the same level as the people that you are talking to. And of course, governments can help to have courses and help, especially I think in our kunstvakopleiding, in our conservatoria and arts education. We should have more attention to the entrepreneurial side, but I think mainly it is something for the sector itself, although we can help to have to start the conversation.
Yeah, I think from an Arts Council England perspective, we recognise that there's a real, certainly within the arts and cultural sector space, whether that's museums, arts organisations, performing arts, dance, we recognise that the digital skills were not as developed as they could be, and I think that was supercharged since COVID as well. We've collaborated with Bloomberg Philanthropies on a digital accelerator program, and actually we have Arts Council in England individuals working with Bloomberg, working with organisations that have applied and gained support onto that program to really embed those changes in the organisation. And one of the key elements is that language translation in terms of business, digital, arts and culture. And so I would say one of the key outcomes has been almost a kind of development of the language and how we can work more closely with creative industries, with the sector as well. But there's also some great collaborations as well. We've had one in Hampshire Culture Trust Museum, worked with Games Maker to animate the game using cultural objects that were part of the collection, and just ensuring that they had the kind of legal avenue to get the legal advice to set up that contract so that they weren't underselling themselves in effect. So providing those routes into that legal counsel when they wouldn't normally be able to access that expert IP lawyer or rights. So, you know, that I think that's something that an organisation like Arts Council England as a convener can do. Yeah.
And there's been also some kind of interesting, I think it's Wales has the arts and business, it's a kind of a placing business people onto boards of arts organizations with specific skills, whether it's IP skills, legal skills, HR skills. I guess there's another sort of private public side where it's not only about giving money, but it's also about sharing skills. And there's a lot of people, I think, particularly what we see in the next generation, it's that people want to have impact. That is not necessarily by giving money, but it's actually by providing their own self, the knowledge, the skills they have directly to an arts organization. So I think there's also potentially interesting things in skilling up these organizations
and I think some of the most interesting dynamic organizations out there at the moment in England are the ones that have really embraced younger people onto their boards, because the perspective they bring, and you know the challenge that they can bring, that can really boost the dynamic. So and particularly in relation to digital creative industries, you know, that expertise is sitting typically with a younger trustee. So opportunities to work in that way is really, really good.
I think maybe is that cut? No more. Okay, that's it. I think there seems to be I think that I propose that we
are over here.
We're going to be here in front, and we're happy to answer questions. I think I think a lot of people might be dying to go into the fair or have something to eat. But I just wanted to thank my panelists, my fellow panelists, for this talk. I wanted to thank TEFAF, and thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add, other than that I would like to thank everyone who has participated in the conversations, and of course AXA for supporting this conversation. And I would also like to thank the team, especially Will Corner, for co-organizing this summit, and of course Delphine de Bouquet, who was working with me on this summit, Grace Biancardi, and everyone else from the team. And the last thing I wanted to mention is actually that last year we were very optimistic in announcing a topic that we revised later on. And this year we're going to be a little bit more reserved and keep it a secret and announce it when it's ready to go. So for the next edition, for 2026, we will be announcing the topic in autumn, and we hope we're going to have a third edition. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming, and enjoy the fair.